Another strategy.
How are you faring? Keep your chisel sharp.
I can create. How can I help? What do you think? For now, we part.
History left its mark.
Hey, have a good day at work, bud. Appreciate it as always, mate. I did not pay attention to any of the rune propagation here. This could be risky. Fingers crossed.
Well, that was fun. Next.
Oh, hold on, that's a long message. Jammy, yo bro, just came across the stream, follow, heading out. I respect the hustle, I actually know if aim stream helps. Yo, Zleppy, how's it going, buddy? Good, good. Plan is to farm up a little bit more expedition, get some currency under the belt, and I kind of had a look and am potentially tempted to try Ice Nova on the Gemling. Considering I've got all this cold gear and good cold focus and wand on this guy, maybe Ice Nova may be a little bit of fun. The alternate quality on the Gemling looks interesting. Oh, snap, on THC or on another league? Holy shit, that's huge, man. I think, is like Everseen the only other person? I think I've only seen Everseen get it. That's super rare. Holy shit, congrats. Planning to make a build around it? Yeah, it's such a strong item, you may as well make the most of it. No point collecting dust in the stash. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. As long as it gets put to use, that's for sure. Did you see the news about 0.55? Looks like it may be a couple of weeks away. Which is exciting. Yeah, the Gemling's still around. We hit a little bit of a roadblock with the Ember Fuselage build. So I've jumped back on the Infernalist temporarily to farm up some currency. And since I've got some very good cold damage gear on this Infernalist, what I'm thinking of doing, I had a look at some of the other alternate qualities across the spells on the Gemling, and the Ice Nova one caught my eye. So what I'm thinking is potentially doing a Veriglass, Frostwall, Ice Nova type build. But need to farm up a little bit more currency first before jumping over to that. Yo, how's it going, Gayfit? Yeah, I'm going to probably definitely take at least a couple of days break before 0.55, but I'm going to wait until... because they'll definitely announce the date during the reveal, I'd imagine. And that's next week, so... but either way, if they're revealing it next week, I'd say it's almost certainty to be happening in September, which is awesome. Not too long to wait. Well, I wouldn't be surprised either, to be honest, because you know why? There's Gamescom happening, what is it, like in the next couple of days. From a marketing point of view, it would work really well for them to get all this publicity and eyes on whatever they present during Gamescom in the next couple of days. Lead into the reveal trailer and dev Q&A a couple of days after that. And carry that momentum forward and then release it, yeah, like a week, maybe 2 maximum afterwards. I reckon they would want to retain any sort of casual audience that kind of watches it during Gamescom and have them have like a new fresh economy and event to jump straight into very soon after before they forget about it. It makes complete sense from a marketing point of view. Man, how awesome would that be, though, if that is the case, if it's like a week or 2 after? It only means we have, what, another 2 or 3 weeks to wait. Oh, man, fingers crossed, that would be so epic. I imagine any bug fixes and hot and balance changes would be applied to all the leagues. If they do happen to add in any new content, whether that's new ascendancies or not, I'd imagine that would be locked behind the event in order to encourage as many people to jump into it as possible.
Choose what you need. A useful trade. Go.
Yo, Kev, what's up? Friday after work beer always sounds good, mate. I've got a coffee waiting for me, which I'll probably grab in about an hour for a little spike in energy.
runesmith at your service. Bye.
That's this logbook complete, I believe. Yep. One thing I should check is to see if there's any Fallen Star rumors floating around. That is always a guaranteed. Oh yeah, Kev, I don't know if you just overheard the tail end of that little chat I was having with Zleppy. Yeah, I'm so hyped by the fact that they're dropping the reveal trailer next week. Like, fuck, how that's come out of nowhere. And we're just saying, like, with Gamescom just in the next couple of days, it would make sense from a marketing point of view that they actually release the Vent League kind of as soon as possible to retain any casual audience that they grab during Gamescom and have them have like a new fresh event to play kind of as soon as possible. So we could potentially see a scenario where we get 0.5 in like 0.55 in like 2-3 weeks time potentially, which would be so awesome. No Fallen Star. No Fallen Star. Oh well. Endless Wild Dry. Endless Wild Dry. It's not looking too promising. Sulfite Unknown. Goodfellow. Sulfite Warm. God, I hope they change these rumors in the next patch. No, that doesn't look promising. None of these rumors are looking very good. Oh, look, I'm just going to do this, even though it looks bad. The 3 bosses and, yeah, well, 3 grand expeditions. May as well at least throw something on these travel maps. Probably some Abyss currency would be nice. Whatever. Yeah, it's cast on ailments, Sleppy. Cast on ailments is arguably, take this with a grain of salt, better than cast on crit. If you can pull it off, because you can get a lot more energy out of it by scaling ignite magnitude, since the ignite magnitude isn't a fixed value for the energy gain. You can actually get quite a lot of energy. And more importantly, cast on crit, I believe, comes with a socketed spells do 20% less damage, whereas cast on elemental ailment doesn't have that. Also, cast on elemental ailment has, for the extra quality, has more energy gain, whereas cast on crit, I think, is reservation efficiency. So overall, cast on elemental ailment just generates a lot more energy, and especially on the Infernalist with Bringer of Flame, it just works very well. Well, I kind of just answered your question there. Inadvertently, I talked about it just as I saw the question. Yeah, Bringer of Flame. The Infernalist with this node, any damage does ignites. So, yeah. Yeah, it works really, really well on the Infernalist. Infernalist is arguably probably one of the only classes that can pull it off effectively. I need to do these expeditions properly and try and get these logbooks. We've been running a little bit dry on those. Herminator, are you there? I know you're lurking. I don't know if you can hear me though. Guess not. Hold on. Try that. Maybe it'll notify him. There we go. Logbook. Nice. Yeah, I can show the whole gear if you want in a moment. I'm almost finished with this map. From what I remember, it's the gloves on this character are super basic. They're just resistance and armor. Yeah, just cold resistance and armor. With a dual socket with the cardigans. What's really good on cast on builds is using the marksman socketable augment from Expedition and getting +2 projectiles on the suffix. You could potentially also use the decay modifiers and get ignite magnitude. I kind of like the +2 to proj though. I believe that's what I ran on my softcore character. Yeah, decay gloves are good, marksman gloves are good. Just pure high armor gloves are good. High armor gloves, especially if you go the leather-bound gauntlets, notable with iron reflexes, are extremely high value from an armor stacking point of view because you double the armor effectively on the gloves with that passive combo. Cardigans is good on gloves for the dual socket, you know, especially if you've got very good duals. Oh god, I love how these mobs just decide to go fucking immune. Ooh. Not a bad little haul.
I should do this more often.
That was a nice travel map. Got an expedition logbook, bit of currency. Put that away because I know Herminator at one point really needed that. Yeah, the jewels that you can make in 0.5 are so amazingly good. Which is a good and a bad thing, because from a build creation point of view, it ultimately leads to almost every build being this kind of outer circle for the most part, because the jewel sockets are just so high value once you get to the top end and start being able to craft those jewels. Another thing which I may want to do today, if we get enough chaos orbs, probably want about at least 50, is recraft this wand. Because it's a bit average at the moment. And we've got the +5 fractured, so we can wipe it, chaos on, probably spell damage, put the 2 crafting mods onto it.
Time to leave.
Soul rune. Ugh. Ugh. It's a bit out of the way. Oh. Pretty ordinary expedition, this one. Very ordinary indeed. Probably just a chest run. Pop all these chests. Get a couple of chaos orbs in the process. Hey, I don't want to go in there. Did not want that. Timed quiver, what's... Oh, is that the quiver that everyone uses? Do you still need Silks of Veneration? Zleppy, nice work, mate. Now to Rune Forge it and get the 6 socket.
Yes.
Yeah, if you're still playing if it's it's not the same sound.
Good. Is that a good price for that? I have no idea.
Greetings. What do you? How can I help? Don't spend it all at once. Good fortune.
help?
Go on. This is all we have. Indeed.
Come on, it'd be nice to get an older saga. Oh god, not looking promising. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Barely any remnants.
A little resistance. Keep things interesting.
Yo, good work, Muffin. Good progress. The divs will start to eventually come. I just saw some YouTube comments. Yeah, I've had a few older sagas, although I haven't had much luck self-sustaining them. This is on Timmy's private league, so getting access to things. Why your life not drop? Because I keep getting guard. I can get guard either through my Olroth Life Flask or through Morrigan's Insight triggering on my Frost Wall, giving me a big amount. So if you keep an eye up here, this yellow icon is guard. Likewise, this one is guard. And each time those proc, they give me about 2,000, which is why my life isn't really dropping all that much. What the hell is this amulet? I think it's the first time I've ever seen this.
A relic from long ago.
Okay, I don't think I've ever seen that amulet before. God, how many soul rune rares is there here? I should say oath rune. I think there's oath and soul combined. Endless waves of respawned allies.
Greeting.
Aquatic treasures.
Deal. For now, we part.
One sec, just gonna grab my coffee. I don't think I've ever had any luck with any of the drops on this guy. Origin, I am using Cast on Elemental Ailment with Bringer of Flame on the Infernalist Ascendancy. Need more Radiated Tablets. Effectiveness, Magic Monsters. What else do we have here? No. Rare Monsters, Monsterary? That's interesting enough. God, how many of these keys do I have now? 11. Done it all off 11 times with nothing good out of it. That's alright. Sloughed Gully, this is the crap map, isn't it, of the trenches?
History left
Not a
its
fan of
mark.
this map.
Time to leave mine.
Might as well grab the mass work rune. Always gamble on the 5 random. May as well probably grab one of these. Gem cutters if I get to it, fair enough. Ire, yuck, ugh, even yucca. Ooh. Three annulment orbs. What do people think? Place your bets. I always vote for 3 annulment orbs. Seems like these are 99% 3 annulment orbs. Yes, always annulment orbs. G'day, Quan. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. Free orb with chance. Okay. Let's have a look. Oh! I don't know. It feels like a mage blood. What do you guys reckon? It's got a mage bloody feel to it. This remnant. Sure, it's got to be guaranteed. It's like 50-50, isn't it, to get a mage blood? So I think it was that one, wasn't it? So we definitely need to make our way down to the 50-50. No, I'm... Oh, I didn't notice this one here. Great, already. Need to make it down to there. I am primarily a softcore player, although every single time Timmy's hardcore private league comes around, I always take part because the community is just phenomenal. If I wasn't a build creator and if I didn't do YouTube content, I would probably play hardcore because I actually do prefer the whole game loop of it, and the fact that you've always got a little bit more on the line. I find it a little bit more exciting from a gameplay point of view. But from a build creation and content creation point of view, for like guides and builds and things like that, softcore is just a little bit more. It's not a bit, it's a lot easier to manage. Shit, I need to go all the way around to get down there. Hopefully I have enough. Otherwise I'll have to redo all of this. Oh, looks like we should be fine. Although I haven't been paying attention to what runes I've been propagating, so hopefully I haven't done anything too rippy. I'll do these one at a time. Yeah, it's definitely best to avoid hardcore until you become a little bit more experienced with the game. It definitely demands a little bit of a different play style and a different focus from a build creation point of view. Softcore is definitely a lot more relaxed. Like, I've always joked around on the stream, I typically don't drink coffee, and ever since I started streaming this privately and playing hardcore every day, been drinking coffee every day, just so I'm always alert. God, bad habits, looting while there's mobs still alive. Grubby little fingers can't help themselves. Yo, Peroni, how's it been going, bud? How's the push to 100 going? Made any dent into the 99? Yeah, Zleppy, I think it was Zleppy. Correct me if I'm wrong, Zleppy, if you're lurking around. I think it was you that hooked me up with the Oroth Life Flask, which definitely made it a lot more relaxed on this setup. But even with the Morrigan's Insight, it was still proving to be very, very tanky. Like, you'll notice here, the Morrigan's Insight actually procs pretty damn regularly. Should actually look to bump up my Frost Wall level even more, so that guard from the Morrigans is even chunkier. %. I have nothing but the utmost admiration and respect for you guys that managed to do that grind. Especially on hardcore, like, always have to be like pretty much tuned in as well. You can't exactly kind of just go brain off and just go on autopilot. The closest I think I've come to the 100 grind is, I think I got to 99 during the Temple League, but that's because Temple was just cracked. Oh shit, why am I going balls deep into there? This may not be the juiciest expeditions, but still gotta respect it, because if you get the wrong rune combination on a Remnant, it can get pretty sketchy pretty quick. Actually, rather than saying what I hope for, what are you guys hoping for 0.55? Like, I'm curious to get your perspective as a blaster and a grinder. Are you hoping for any changes with, like, the whole city and 200% deli meta? What are you hoping to see in 0.55 with respect to that, if anything? Or do you think it's okay the way it is? Having some sort of quality of life tablet set UI. Well, tablets in general could potentially use some adjustment, but even if it's just a simple approach of having some sort of UI where you can at least put in some completed sets which you can just toggle between would be a massive quality of life rather than having to juggle them around in your inventory. I do agree with that. I'd love to see some sort of improvement on that front. Yeah, easier to manage juicing. How much is the weird double wand bug thing do for you? It does quite a bit simply because of how, quite frankly, overpowered Adonia's is with it. Like, I think I've got five power charges set up, which is what, 15% per power charge, so 75% more damage due to this bug and being able to use Adonia's. It's pretty significant. I do hope they fix that, because as much as I am using it, it feels kind of icky. Because it quite clearly is a bug. I don't think there's any fixing city juicing without making everything worse. It provides dopamine of something to look forward to. If everything on the Atlas is the same juice. Yeah, that's a good perspective to give. I'm a little bit on the fence with it. Probably for the exact reasons all of you guys have mentioned. The downside is it can feel a little bit clunky and a little bit of work to get it all set up and manage the tablets. I think if they had tablet sets or some sort of UI for juggling your tablets and switching between them, I think that would go a long way and maybe alleviate a lot of that. But on the flip side, exactly your argument, Cypher, you probably do need a little bit of variety, because if everything is the same, well, it's like the whole argument with if everyone's special, no one's special. Okay, I need to pay this Remnant some respect. This is the 9 stacker. I need to find a good place. Oh, here's a nice open area. So I have a feeling I've propagated 1 or 2 scary runes, because the last 2 have been hitting quite a bit, even though they were smaller ones. I apologize, I will not focus on chat for a few minutes, because I want my mage blood. I mean, sorry, reverse psychology. The game always listens to me, so this very rare Remnant is definitely not a mage blood. It will definitely not drop a mage blood. Expedition never drops me anything good, and it never drops me mage bloods. Okay, I think I've milked that enough. Let's see if it has any effect. Well, first I need to survive this and clear it. Hopefully there's no oath rune shenanigans. Doesn't look like there is thus far. God, you see 2 or 3 wasps just zooming towards you. It kind of puts you on edge a little bit. lot of waves. A lot of tornadoes. Oh god, gone in deep there. That's what she said. Ah! Yeah, definitely doesn't feel like a mage blood. Definitely no mage blood from this remnant. Okay, I can't open it until I clear this one. We've got to leave it as a little bit of a... Oh shit, why am I standing there? Okay, I did click it. Stone Charm? Holy... Actually, Stone Charm's good, isn't it? That's the From Utopia. I was actually looking for that yesterday. That will actually be quite handy for the build. I think Stone Charm's from Utopia, is it? Or for Utopia? The reason that's good, if it is that charm that I'm thinking of, the reason that's good for armor stacking is you do actually get light stunned relatively regularly in the game, especially during higher density content, juice content. And the For Utopia gives you, I think it's about like a 4 or 5 second buff, which basically doubles your armor. So it's pretty damn, synergizes pretty damn good with armor builds. Okay, we do have some Oath Rune shenanigans. Oh, look, I'm going in. I'm going in. Why is this guy taking no damage? So all this loot on the ground, so I'm probably picking it up by accident. Oh shit, there is some Oath Rune shenanigans going on here. Think we're done. Think we're done. We live. Another life sprig. Oh. Yeah, I picked up a whole bunch of crap here by accident. Exceptional chainmail. That doesn't look like anything good. And I'll pick all this up and we'll catch up on chat. I really have no idea whether any of these uniques are worth picking up. I'm definitely going to have to spend some time setting up a proper loot filter for 0.55. So terrible with that stuff. Yeah, that'll do. Alright. Them wasps, I swear the wasps give me PTSD. I can't remember what exact rune combination it is, but if you just happen to get, I think it's like life, death, oath, and soul. It's this kind of loop which gets created where rares are spawning allies, all the dead minions merge into stronger minions, and it's kind of like this self-propagating loop with the rares where they just keep getting stronger and stronger, and you quite literally get wasps which spawn with haste. They sneeze on you and do like 5,000 damage, so yeah. Rare, was there a rare iron ring on the ground? In terms of... I should pick up that life sprig at least. In case it's a +3. Ah, okay, fair enough. When 0.55? I have a suspicion, or probably more so a hope, that it will be a week or two after the reveal. And the reasoning for that is from a purely marketing point of view for GGG. Gamescom is this weekend or just after the weekend. It's in like a couple of days. And they're going to have a trailer during Gamescom. So they're going to get quite a lot of public casual engagement and eyes on PoE 2. And I don't think it's any coincidence. And then they have the reveal trailer live stream a week after that. I imagine they will want to carry on that attention and engagement and get fresh new people into an event or a fresh new league as soon as possible before their attention goes elsewhere. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get it like somewhere between the 2nd or 3rd week of September. Fingers crossed. It would be really awesome if they did.
How are you faring? Keep your chisel sharp.
Pick up a couple more things. Yeah, Quan, in terms of the Gemling, one kind of thing which I think would be cool if they did, rather than kind of breaking up the Gemling and scrapping the alternate quality stuff being all on the Ascendancy, they keep it like it is. However, what they do is similar to what they've done with other unique kind of cool Ascendancy stuff, is they create a new unique jewel. Kind of like the Prism of Belief, but rather than it being plus levels to a skill, you can get a unique jewel which specifically unlocks the alternate quality for that skill for a different class. So for instance, say on the Infernalist, I could get like a unique jewel which unlocks the alternate quality for Ember Fuselage or Ice Nova. So I could get like a little bit of what the Gemling gets that I specifically want to do, and it's locked behind some pinnacle boss and it's quite rare to find. I think that would be a cool idea to make, you know, it'll definitely open up the build creation quite a bit. Because they've done similar things with other things. They've got the split personality, which pretty much does the Pathfinder stuff for other classes. They introduced a Series Communion, which does life reservation for low life tech, which is similar to what the Infernalist has. You know, there's precedent of that happening elsewhere, so we'll see. +1, yuck. 1, 3, 3, 1. I've got 3 of them, so I could do a quick 3 to 1. +1, +2, rather than wasting divines. Another +1. It was the From Utopia. Nice. Oh, only 2%. Still, we'll take that. Do I need any other white slow charms? Or are they all magicked up? Magic. Damn. No.
How can I help? Take your time. Good fortune.
Secluded Temple, that's Oroth, isn't it? I mean, Uthred. May as well get my Pinnacle of Power up. Mana rune? No, of course not. What is the drop chance of the mana rune? I remember someone saying, I think they had a rough estimate on the wiki, I think. So it's like somewhere in the range of 0.5 to 1% or something like that.
Greetings. What do you think? For now, we part.
So this logbook's done, isn't it? Not missing anything. Next. Medved, Uhtred last. A lot of sagas. Fallen Star would be nice. Actually, which one is the one with the guaranteed older saga? Is it Star Drinker or is it Fallen Star? I can never remember which one of them it is, the rumor. Fallen Stars is this one, isn't it? Yeah, Star Drinker is Uthred. Fallen Stars is the Moor. Yeah, that's the map one I was thinking of. So I was right, it is Fallen Star. Endless, Bleak, Wild, that's 3. Bleak, Wild, Endless, Bleak, Wild, Endless, Bleak, Wild, Endless. God, this is another thing I hope they change in 0.55. It's the way these rumors work. Just show us all of them. Or just randomize it and not have them at all, so we don't sit here for 2 minutes cycling through. Oh, it just looks like it's those 3. Something fishy, nothing to drink. Something fishy, nothing to drink, cold as ice. Quite a few bosses on that one, and at least 3. Look, I'm not going to use these because there seems to be a few bosses, and I'm just going to YOLO this one. Yeah, 2 bosses, 1, 2, 3 expeditions. Not greatest, but at least it paths relatively well. Really need an older saga. No, we didn't get Mage Blood. We still got something decent. Got something that we could use. We got the 4 Utopia Charm. which is actually very good value. Doubles our armor during the stun effect, which happens on light stun. Yeah, I turned off my own sagas for that very reason, Fit. Because I suspect you're right. I don't think you can double up on it. Need to craft these up. Helmet threshold, no thanks. Weakness, no thanks. That's alright. Still itching to recraft this wand as well, but I think I still need a couple more chaos orbs in order to do that effectively. Ooh, what's this? Varana's Carnage, yeah. Three Divines, we'll take that. What rune is that though? Death rune, that's not too bad. Cold rune, it's fine. Oh, geez, some chunky rerolls here. Atlas Rune, nice. Void Flux, we'll take that. Time Rune, that's not too bad. Decent remnants thus far. That's Divine, handy. Another thing I'd like to see in 0.55 is a little user interface that you do when you step into these things so that you can plan out your explosions and everything just from the starting point rather than running around. G'day, AO. Uhtred Saga, that may be worth picking up. Yeah, I definitely reckon Grand Expeditions and the whole Remnant thing will go core, 100%. I think they're in such a spot in development where it makes absolutely no sense for them to cut content. So unless something is completely horrible and didn't work out as planned, I don't imagine they're going to be dropping anything. I think the expeditions in general they can be relatively polarizing, but I think overall they were very well received. I think there just needs to be some quality of life in terms of, as I mentioned, the explosion placement. What I've always mentioned is I'd like to see almost like this kind of mini-map come up when you're at the start. So it's basically kind of what you see here with the overlay, except you can mouse over the remnants and you can just do all the placement and see where everything is, do the placement from a little mini-map, and then you detonate and you run off rather than actually running around the whole map yourself. Hey, Balok. Yeah, it could be potentially a bot. Either way, I'm not going into the Discord. I apologize if you're legit, but I don't do that kind of stuff. What was this? Void Flux is definitely worth going to get. That probably isn't. Not sure I'm going to be able to get everything here. What is this? God, why am I pathing there? That's not worth picking up. There's some divines. Oh, it was down here. Could I path this a little bit smarter? Probably. See, this is what I kind of don't like about Expedition, is like all of this clunkiness with the placement. Oh god, why can't that just hit it? Oh, just. That's not worth grabbing. Big boob. What's the chicken and egg situation, Balok? What's the build as well? Fill us in. What's got you in a pickle? Can't remember what these remnants are. I hope there's nothing too rippy. What was this? Unfortunate, not going to reach that. That will do. Mana stacker. Yeah, I haven't played a mana stacker yet in 0.5. They seem very strong. The only thing that's always put me off of the mana stackers is how common the rares are with the mana drain ring. But yeah, you're seeing especially, what was it, the shaman I think especially was like running around with 15 to 20k mana. It's pretty insane. I know Gemling was actually decent with the mana stacking as well due to the ult quality on Archmage. Good start. Couple of Divino orbs. Oh jeez, that exploded quite dramatically. Oh no, we got an oath rune. I think I saw an oath rune. Correct me if I'm wrong, didn't GGG in one of the dev interviews or something like that, or in a post somewhere, say that they're gonna change the oath rune going forward? Oh geez, getting some divine orbs this run, which is nice. Oh god, something's hitting hard. Where are all these mobs coming from? Let me loot in peace. Wandcraft, and I do believe I also had an exceptional Imperial Great Helm and massive mitts lying around somewhere as well, so that may be worth a cheeky augment, and I'll spam, see if I could get potentially a decent base to invest in crafting wise. Oh, another divine. These stragglers. Oh, game is lagging for some reason. GPU struggling. Yeah, Expedition has very good exceptional item drop chances. And bases endurance due to Atlas node, which gives you +1 area level, and running irradiated tablets, you're always running at pretty high eye levels, which is good for bases as well. God, it's not letting, it just doesn't want to let me loot, does it? Do I have a moment here, or are they going to chase me? Nope, they're going to chase me. Okay. Okay, I'll loot later. I understand you don't want me to loot. Okay, surely now I can come back and loot this stuff. Ooh. Really should pay more attention to these unique drops, because, yeah, Cloak of Flame there, which we've been definitely want to be picking up. And a Gorgirdle. Oh! Oh! Gonna have some fun corrupting those. Go away. I can see you down there. Okay, fun's over. Shit's attacking me again. Oh, and a snake pit. Jeez, this has been good for uniques. Oh shit, Oathruin. Yo, Phalanx, thank you very much for the raid, my man. How's it been going? How are we all? Yo, Phalanx, thank you very much for the raid, mate. How's it going? Oh, how hype is was the random news drop that the reveals next week? What's your theory, Phalanx? I reckon they're going to try and jump on the hype from Gamescom, follow it up with the reveal a couple of days later, and I reckon we may get 0.55 as soon as like early mid-September, maybe in like 2-3 weeks time. It'd be so nice. The plan is wait for patch notes. Surprise, probably play the Infernalist. Got plenty of Infernalist builds in the pocket, so as long as one of them survives, I think we're going to be Gucci. What about yourself? What's your theories and plans? Must say, for a non-Aldous Saga expedition, this one was a pretty damn good one so far. Fingers crossed we survive this last remnant and walk away with a decent haul. Where is the straggler? Here it is. Alrighty, what do we got here? Need to clear out my stash. Oh, look, it would be pretty epic if they do drop a new class, but I doubt it. I think from a purely marketing point of view, holding on to the new classes for 1.0 just to really beef up that release makes a bit more sense. But hey, GGG's done crazier things. I reckon we'll get the last two ascendancies. What is it? The Ranger and Druid. I suspect we'll get both of them. I reckon they'll want to finish off the current classes before 1.0, so the focusing point in 1.0 is the new classes. If not both, I reckon we'll at least get one new ascendancy. Yeah, I have seen that theory floating around that, look, while it's still paid, that in some respects it makes more sense to kind of draw people in for some more sales, but I don't know. I still think they're going to hold off the new classes for 1.0. I think we're just going to see new ascendancies, but hey, I'm happy to be wrong. Oh god, what am I doing? Clear all this shit out and then... Jeez, 9 divs that, Matt. Pretty damn good. Let me do this.
Welcome. Magic treasure. Bring any tomes you find.
Oh, not worse. That's a decent jewel for Ignite. It's a decent jewel for that. Oh, look, I'll sort all these jewels out later.
Welcome. This is what we have. For now, we part.
Hey, thank you very much again, Phalanx, for the raid, man. Have a good one. Have a good day. Fingers crossed we get 0.55 news. Good news soon, mate.
Time to leave mine.
Yeah, I think at least one new ascendancy is... I'd be shocked if they don't have a new ascendancy at the very least. And my running theory has been that from a content perspective, I think we may see something like a rework of some of the smaller mechanics, like Wisps. What is it? Wisps, Summoning Circles, Rogue Exiles. God, drawing a mental blank. And what's the... Like all of these ones. Wisps, Essences, Summoning Circles, Rogue Exiles. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bit of a overhaul of those. But I think probably 75-80% of the patch is going to be primarily balancing changes. And I reckon we're going to see some pretty significant shake-up from a meta point of view. And may see some pretty big meta swings. I'm terrible with sorting through all this loot. Is there anything else good here? Last two Infernalist ascendancies. I think that they'll eventually... It's going to take a long time, but I think every ascendancy is going to have something similar to, what is it, the Lich and the Bizzle Lich at some point. Like the alternate ascendancies. Yeah, Expedition is phenomenal for just basic currency farming. Earlier in this Timmy's private hardcore league, I was doing Expedition when I wasn't that strong and quite simply just going around and popping all of the chests and getting like 2-3 divines for about 1 or 2 minutes worth of investment with very little risk. It was actually pretty crazy. Not really. Not really.
Greetings, Huachik treasure.
Alright, let's corrupt some of these things.
Good fortune.
Armor and ignite magnitude. Okay, that's decent. Let's see if we can finally get an overroll on the conversion modifier. Low roll on the fire res. Oh, there we go, 50. That's nice. Max rolling one div, why not? Quality, Runeforge. We want to see this line go over 50. Finally. Finally got an over corruption for the conversion. Oh, do I swap it? I don't think I've got a spare Panther idle though. No. I'll definitely hold on to that though and maybe look off stream to actually. That's probably the 10th or 11th Cloak of Flame that I've corrupted and finally got an overall. Bloody hell. Pokemon is like the THC dealer of goods. It's literally always got everything. Guy's such a Chad. I'll give the man some divs for it. Okay, the only thing now is we need to make sure that all of our resistances are still balanced. Which one of these runes do we drop? The heart or the protection? Can I put the protection somewhere else? Not really. Let me corrupt this as well. Could potentially get super lucky and get a resistance or res on this. No. Oof, no. The other tempting thing was to potentially... I know I already have corrupted this, haven't I? I don't think I'd be able to even fit this in, because this is the alternate option, but it's going to put such a strain on resistances, because you're going to lose the massive fire resistance, and then going to get... Oh, yeah, I think I'm just going to have to stick with the Cloak of Flame. Well, the lightning coil ultimately, from an endgame point of view, like a min-maxing point of view, I guess you could say, is much higher value because it's a extra chunk of armor comparative to the Cloak of Flame for an armor stacking build, which we're running. You know, a chunk of life, not a massive roll, but it's something. And ultimately, the conversion can roll the same conversion amount. It's a bit harder to get the higher amounts, obviously, due to it being a range, but on softcore, especially, that wouldn't be an issue. It's just the resistance strain, because this comes with, you know, 45% fire resistance in the case of like this, for example, but it can roll even higher. And this comes with a negative lightning resistance, so it's like a 80% resistance swing. And we're already very tight on resistances, especially on this setup with the snake pit and the gore girdle. Like, I just don't see a world where I'm going to be able to fit this in. We're already using this dodgy weapon set 2 bug to get the extra purity of lightning aura, and we're still very tight. So I think I'm just going to have to stick with the Cloak of Flame. Yeah, massive opportunity cost, but it is from a min-maxed point of view, this is better than Cloak of Flame. I think I'm going to have to just lose the Rune of the Heart. Do I have a Rune of Protection? Hopefully. Yeah, I've got a few of these. I think we'll start with that. Resistances are fine. We got a little bit, like, what's the runic ward difference? About 100? 1242. 100 less runic ward. Well, we got a bit of a extra buffer from a physical damage point of view due to the better conversion. Oh, we'll run with that. We'll see how it feels. Where are all of these? I should put it in here. One of these days, I'm gonna be more organized. Whatever, that'll do. Do I have a waystone set up? That's alright. They're both okay. Do I have all the irradiated tablets? No, need one more. Wee woo, wee woo. Holy miso. 700 people, miso. Your stream's been popping off, my man. Did I think I heard a little birdie mention that you had your first rip or something like that. Is that true? Is there no Jet Rabbit effect? We're all just leeching his viewers. Ah, shit, man. Spewing, what happened? Electrocute. So you got, what, like stun locked? What content was it? Effectiveness magic monsters. Oh, Expedition, yeah, it's scary, man. I turned on the rune propagation in the Atlas a couple of days ago, and you're always on edge, because you just, some of those rune combinations can just get escalate very, very quickly. Number of rare monsters, I think we'll just go for. Whatever. Talking about expedition, you guys will see my little foray into it. Do you have a clip, Miso, before I start this expedition? I'd love to see it. If you can relive the pain of it. If it's not too traumatic. Not a good start with these remnants. Alrighty, let's have a look here. Let's have a looky here.
Don't do this to me, game. Oh, actually, he went down pretty quickly, luckily.
No! Oh, I see what you mean about the indecisive, like the panic caught between the chrono and the logout. Holy shit, how low, like... God damn. Hold on, we need to slow this right down. That happened so quick.
This me game. Oh, actually, you went down.
Okay, so you're already kind of at half
Luckily.
as you let the flame blast go.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Oh, damn. You're about half a second away from hitting that escape, eh? You had that little bit of a buffer there on that 4, 5, 6. That's rough, though. It's crazy how quick that happens, isn't it? Oh, God, what's going on here? Go regular speed. It's just so scary how quick it just happens. Like,
Don't do this to me, game. Oh, actually, he went down pretty quickly, luckily.
bang. Like, oh, shit.
No! No! Oh, no! I got freaking electrocuted! Oh, my God, dude.
I see what you mean about the electrocution. It stops you from using the chrono ability, and then by the time you kind of realize and try and react with the escape log out, it made the difference.
After I got those gloves, too. Dude, I got hit with an electrocute.
Yeah, it's all it took was that kind of 1 second. I didn't realize Oh, man, that's rough. 07. Ouch. What's next? Already started a new build? Cold Rush, the solid. I was eyeballing doing an Ice Nova Gemling, so I started doing a fire setup for the Gemling, and it kind of fizzled a little bit, which is why I'm back on the Infernalist, and I'm thinking about farming up a little bit of currency and potentially doing Ice Nova with the... trying to stack, what is it, the chance not to use an infusion. Cold Rush. I love cold spells. Cold spells are like, I'm on cold setup at the moment. And I don't know, it's just so satisfying. Cold spells just feel so good. Alright, let's see what we can put together here. This is a pretty underwhelming expedition. Can't even remember if these remnants were worth getting down here. Is this one it? Flux and oh god, probably not worth getting these. Let's see, let's move up here. Yo, thank you once again for the raid, Misa. Have a good sleep, mate. Is there any good YouTube guides out there for the Ice Nova? So I'm not surprised that it's probably a pre-existing build. Probably wouldn't be bad having a kind of... I don't like following guides, but kind of having a little bit of a peek and getting an idea of what to expect probably wouldn't hurt. Well, I did get the Gemling to 81, so it's a pretty decent platform to jump and set something up on it.
Let's wake the dead.
Rake.
Shall we?
Yeah, Rake's always cooking. Crazy how many good Gemling builds and possibilities there are of all that alt quality stuff. It's a pretty underwhelming expedition, but as always, gotta pay it respects because all it takes is one dodgy rune combination and it can be all over. Divine. Can't believe we got 9 divines the last expedition map, this regular expedition map. Some of those liquid rerolls were just pretty nutty. Thank you for the link. I'll check that a bit later. I'll bookmark it and I'll watch it off stream. So I dare say I'll be tempted to try that build out. See if I can tweak it slightly for my playstyle and make it a little bit unique. Like, my idea was to try and stack the chance not to consume the infusion to as close to 100% as possible. I'm guessing that's what the build revolves around. Yeah, the infused Ice Nova AoE is pretty massive. So if you can run around and have almost 100% uptime on that, it would be pretty damn good for what I can imagine. Still have the wand to recraft as well, so gonna have to pull the trigger on that at some point. So we do have the +5 fracture, and we kind of just did a very half-assed craft on it originally. But if I get enough Chaos Orbs, that will be worth a revisit.
With my power to wield.
Pretty uneventful logbook, that one. And this is the wand I was talking about. It's pretty decent, but with the fracture, can completely clean it up. I do have a spare Celestial and Transcendent alloy, and I believe did I have the Astrids? Because that would be the main thing. Yeah, so I've got the Astrids. And I've got Celestial and Transcendent, so I can recraft this and make it a lot better. I just need the Chaos Orbs for the Chaos Spam. Getting there, probably need a little bit more to just to kind of guarantee it. Because we'd probably want to Chaos on T1, ideally spell damage. Although probably would settle for T2 potentially as well, given the lack of currency. Do I have any ancient jawbones is the other thing? No. It's a bit unfortunate. I could potentially trade the collarbone to someone for one.
Welcome. Watch. Good fortune.
Hello. All the best.
So what do we got here? 2 travel maps. Few travel maps. Save that. We'll use these Abyss. That's alright. And that's alright. Man, the game lags during these expeditions sometimes. The other thing I'd need the dextral crystallizations. Or is it a sinestral? Sure, someone will be able to hook me up for those. For the one craft.
Sensed it tip near the wrist. Here we go. Keep on him. Now or never. Push
Attention!
Yo, Atomic, what's up, buddy? How you been, mate? How's your day going?
Don't run. We're just playing. Yes. Show me what you've got. Pathetic.
Actually, I should find the expedition to try and get the logbook. I've been quite lazy with that on these travel maps and kind of dropped low on supply. Clear everything around this and we'll have a look where the runic markers are. Oh, get out of your little cloud, buddy. Thank you. What do we have here? Some markers here. Kind of need chaos orbs, so we'll pick those up. Markers here. Nothing, and a couple here. Okay. How can we do this? Go up, grab those. Can I get both? Yep. That'll have to do. Come on, give me a logbook, please. Nice. Alright, a few abysses. May as well clear the abyss down here quickly. That'll do. Won't bother flying. Actually, it's just... Oh, could be famous last words, but we'll just clear this. I don't have chat commands set up, although I do have POB open. I'll grab you a link just very quickly. Heh. Yeah, I'll grab it for you. I think it's this one. Snake pit, yeah. Skills. God, where is it? With the Morrigans, yeah. Yeah, this is all it. I'll refresh it just in case. Should be the same, but this is definitely the updated one. All good.
Death is my power to wield.
Main thing is we did get that logbook, which is nice. No, it's trash. No confirmation, but we did get the surprise drop of news the other day. Dig site, that's bloody the shit boss. Where we've got the live reveal and the Q&A next week. I think almost exactly a week from now, which was a big surprise. And historically, things typically launch, well, up until 0.5 launched a month later, but before that, leagues typically launch about a week or two after the reveal. So we could, if we're lucky, potentially get 0.55 dropping in 2 or 3 weeks' time. And it would make sense from a marketing point of view because we got Gamescom on this weekend as well. And I reckon they will want to keep that publicity momentum rolling, and it would make sense for them to reveal some information during Gamescom, get a lot of publicity from a whole bunch of general audience and casuals, follow that up with the live reveal and the actual info a week later, and then probably drop the event like a week or two after that, so that they actually managed to retain any, you know, potential audience from the whole Gamescom thing. That's my suspicion. I don't think it's any coincidence that the live reveal is going to be a week after Gamescom. So yeah, fingers crossed, maybe in 2 or 3 weeks' time, we actually have 0.55. Which would be awesome. Oh. We are also, that would also coincide with it being about 3.5 months or so after 0.5 launch, which is kind of in line with their whole 4-month cycle. So yeah, exciting. Definitely didn't expect the reveal stream to be just dropped like that. Normally they do the announcement of the announcement a little bit further out.
Have you come to join, my beloved?
You join them.
Find the expedition, try and get another logbook.
We meet again.
Really should remember to use Hilda for these travel maps. Get more runic markers. Okay, so we got a couple up there. Got one down here. Couple here. And a couple there. It's a little bit awkward. What can we manage to get? Actually, can I get all of these in one go? Yep. Shell isn't too bad. Fingers crossed. No logbook. Unfortunate.
How can I help? Aquatic treasures. Deal. For now, we part.
Ooh, looking pretty comfortable with the Chaos Orbs now. Tempting to pull the trigger on that wand craft. What's Volskin? Oh, Flask. Don't, no life regen. I rely primarily on the Oroth Flask, Guard from Morrigan's Insight, and that's pretty much it. I get a lot of mitigation through all the armor stacking and the Cloak of Flame Gore Girdle combo. I also have a Rune of Protection, which periodically gives me a little bit of guard, which helps. That particularly is quite handy for mitigating the Pyro Pack periodic damage. But like, just Life Flask. I think I've got some sources of like life on kill and stuff like that as well, which kind of helps a little bit with the sustain. Nice, Kev. Nice, nice. Early knockoff is always a lot of fun. It's alright. Travel map. $3:30. It's 9:30 over here. I was at the beach at 3:30. It's actually quite a nice winter day today. Yeah, that's kind of what it was like today. I think it was about somewhere between 18 and 20 C. Sun was out. It's quite a pleasant dip in the water. There's a little bit of a cold breeze, but it wasn't too bad. So we got one more Grand Expedition on this logbook. Be really nice to finally find an Aldous Saga and hopefully like self-sustain it for a while. Had pretty horrible luck on that front on this character. I think we've had what, 2 Aldous Saga. Had a chance to sustain one of them, although the bloody oil explosion didn't work the way we hoped it did and we missed one, which was super unfortunate. Kingdom Hearts. What's that, Matt? I have to say I'm a little bit ignorant as to what game that is. I'm guessing it sounds like a MMO. Disney Final Fantasy mix-up. I might have to check that out. Although with 0.55 just around the corner, I'd imagine I'm going to be busy for a while with that, but still. Ooh, a lot of runic markers here. Some big remnants as well for a regular map. Aurochs, yeah, we'll grab that. Holy, lot of runic markers here. Come on, logbook. Surely there's a logbook in amongst all of this. I guess we do need a hollowing. And we may as well pop this as well. Bugger it, we'll do the 2 remnants at the same time. What's the worst that can happen? It's not like it's hardcore, eh? I'll answer the question in a moment, Razin, when I clear all this. Come on, logbook. There were so many runic markers here. Oh, baited. Alright, so the question was, how would this build be effective if they remove the rune socket tech? By rune socket tech, I'm assuming you mean like this buggy weapon set 2 stuff, yeah, Raisin? Minimally. On softcore, when I'm running this build, I'm pretty much using the second weapon set for the dueling one, because I think my wand on softcore for the weapon set 1 wasn't a dueling wand, so that's minor. Like, you can have a dueling wand in weapon set 1 and get the spell slinger that way. I'm obviously using it at Adonia's here, which is quite powerful. On softcore, I don't use the Adonia's because the top end gear doesn't need it. And on softcore, I was using the Sylvan's Scepter for a minion to get 10% damage reduction, which again is, you don't really need it. On this hardcore character, I'm using it to just help with resistances a little bit for the purity of lightning. Again, not critical. So really, for mid-range setups like this one, with the Donyas, yeah, it's a little bit of a, it would be a bit of a nerf not having it. But it's not required. Like, if I went to my softcore character and just removed the second weapon set stuff, all I'd have is slightly less damage reduction, and I wouldn't have a spell slinger, but I could just then get a dueling wand for my main weapon set. So it doesn't require that tech at all, is the short answer. So minimal impact at the end of the day, especially on softcore, where you can just like get really good gear. Come out of your cloud, please. Thank you. Yeah, I guess to summarize, in terms of the way this character specifically on this hardcore setup is set up, the weapon set 2 stuff is more being used as a crutch to give a boost of DPS and help a little bit with resistances, but it's nothing build defining. I hope it doesn't survive. It's very clearly not intended behavior. I'd be very surprised if it survives, and it shouldn't. Ooh, give me a cheeky echo. No? Ooh, another Aminamu. These haven't had a light or an echo for a while, and I've been running into a few of these guys. I'm just putting that out there because I know the game listens, and anytime I complain a little bit, it then rewards me, so it's teaching me bad habits of complaining to get loot. Yeah, there's definitely still a few quirky bugs existing. But they pretty much have said 0.55's primary purpose is to iron out the game, so fingers crossed we do see a lot of bug fixes and a lot of balancing. I'm actually excited about the potential for a big meta shake-up. Especially as like, I really love build creation, so having some like real drastic shake up in balancing would be welcome for me. I reckon they'll introduce a couple of new uniques as well. I reckon that's one way they'll kind of add a little bit of new content. Yeah, crispy. It's gonna 1.0 is I suspect is gonna be massive. I would not be surprised if they add 2 new classes, the Duelist and the Templar, along with 2 or 3 new weapon types. I think swords are almost definitely coming. I don't see a world in which they release 1.0 without the Duelist and swords. And I suspect they may add the Templar or like axes or flails, I reckon would come as well. And it's just going to be huge because all the skills that will come with that as well. Man, there's going to be so much content. Didn't they have daggers kind of teased a little bit? And in one of the... when they did that performance video where they showed the testing gameplay, where they were testing the performance issue, wasn't there like a whole bunch of daggers on one of the play demos? I'm still playing this league all time. Found a mirror, right? Dropped one early league. Went to go screenshot before he goes. Matt, I don't want to sound dramatic, but there are people I know. I'm not a big PoE 1 person. I never really played PoE 1 much, but I know there's been PoE 1 veterans who have literally played the game for 10 plus years and not seen a mirror drop. So that may have been your one and only opportunity, mate. Not to rub it in, but that's rough. I think Duelist at a minimum is coming in 1.0. Because I think they've even been quoted as saying that they can't release 1.0 without swords, given how massive the game is as well in like Asia and things like that, where swords are just so prominent and, you know, such a staple of the RPG genre. I don't see a world where they don't release 1.0 with swords. Yeah, there's people who have been playing PoE 1, 2 for ungodly amounts of hours who have not seen mirrors. Wasn't it like even... was it Sushi or Fubgun who like was farming Temple like a madman because it was like he saw it as his one and only opportunity to get a mirror, and he still didn't even get one in Temple. And I think he finally got one in one of the recent PoE 1 leagues. It's ridiculously rare. It would be criminal to go full release without having swords. Yeah, I do remember they've been pretty much quoted as saying they're not going to go into 1.0 without swords. Oh, give me 1 second. Nature calls. I'll be right back. The question remains, are GGU willing to become criminals? Well, you know,
History left
we
its
talk about them quoting things. They were very adamant in, what was it, 0.4, that the endgame overhaul was coming, and it didn't come until 0.5, so stranger things have happened. Oh god. I'm not having luck with these rerolls today. The Voino orbs, we'll take that. That's trash. Come on, cheeky older saga. It's not too much to ask for, is it? We do need the Greater's Chaos for our wand. Not looking good so far, not looking too good. Although finishing off with 5 mirrors wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, look, I still maintain from a marketing point of view, not having swords in 1.0, quite simply as they have said themselves, it being criminal, it would be very peculiar to have an RPG release without swords in it. Yeah, that's not worth detouring for. A little bit awkward. Yeah, 2 classes may be ambitious, but I think the jeweler, I think they would be at least aiming to get the duelist in. Duelist with swords. A 2nd class may be a little bit ambitious, but I think the duelist as a baseline, as a main priority. And in terms of the league mechanic, I have a suspicion it will be Delve. Delve and Duelist with swords would be massive 1.0 from a marketing point of view. So many people want one or the other. Two by 4 from Bunnings. Yeah, I agree almost last one. My suspicion is that 0.55 will have the last 2 ascendancies from the classes we already have. I reckon they'll want to round that out and test it all out and make it nice and polished before 1.0. Oh, I shouldn't be watching chat and running into ground explosions. We got to keep in mind as well how much time they're going to have between 0.5 and 1.0 as well. It's what, like 7 months all up? You know, it's a long time. You need to remember that. Yeah, I agree on this last one. Oh, bit of a corruption attempt there for Dreamer. Look, I'm just going to be happy to have a fresh league start. I ultimately don't really care what they release. I'm one of those people that I just really love league starts. They could literally release 1.0 with nothing and I'd still have fun for a couple of weeks just from the fresh economy. It's like THC. THC rolled around, we got nothing new in the private league, obviously, and yet it's given me, what are we, about 2.5, 3 weeks in of a lot of fun, just doing something new, having a fresh start. But obviously not everyone's like that. I definitely appreciate that. Another curious thing with 0.55 will be whether they stick with their original goal of having it a 1 week, not 1 week, sorry, 1 month event, or whether they're going to extend it. Yeah, the campaign is, I dare say, is definitely coming with 1.0, and it's not going to come with 0.55. Yeah, last one, exactly. You don't always need to add something new for the game to feel fresh. Simply just reworking shit as well will make it feel completely new. Gemling's probably a prime example of that. Oh, divine. Oh, another divine. Oh, jeez. There's a lot of mobs up there. I have no regrets. Oh god, what happened there? Ah. Oh jeez, why am I standing right next to the remnant? Oh, this is an awkward spot with the terrain. A respectable expedition for a normal one. Quite a few of the ascendancies could use some love, to be honest. Alright, we'll have a corruption, cheeky corruption attempt of that.
Good fortune.
How are you faring? Keep your chisel sharp.
What do we reckon? Palm of the Dreamer in the making? God, don't have many of these etches, but we got to use it, don't we? Ooh. Nope. Rip. Still have the one boss and we've got an overrun. That will be worth doing. Something fishy, wild, dry, that's 3 at least. Dry, endless, fishy, that's 3 grand expeditions. Oh, well, we got some potential here as well. Minimum 3, minimum 3, minimum 3. We'll cycle through these rumors as well, but looking good for the next logbook. But we need to survive these 2 first. Really should do Hilda for the travel maps, shouldn't I? For a more higher chance of getting a logbook. Yo, Crispy! How's it going, buddy? I've mentioned it a few times, Crispy, that I wouldn't be surprised if their content or league angle for 0.55 is playing around with these mechanics. You know, the wisps, essences, strong boxes, rogue exiles. They're in a relatively good place. You know, I know there is some cool stuff that you can do with each of them, but it feels like they could still use a little bit of love. And I wouldn't be surprised if they give that a little bit of a new coat of paint. make them a little bit more exciting. I do vaguely remember them in an interview saying like those things should be an exciting thing to find in maps. And I think we'd be hard pressed to have anyone say that they find those things exciting. You know, I could be wrong, but they seem a little bit, feel like they could be a little bit better. Yeah, Rogue Exiles only really have an application with the interaction with the Abyss and getting the Heart of the Wells. Beyond that, they're pretty horrible. Okay, you can get those two. I'm just gonna focus this on trying to get a logbook, pop these runic markers. Can I get all 3 of them? Yep. Is any up here?
I need more time.
That'll do. Damn, that Road Exile would have been so close to being one of the Heart of the Well mobs. No logbook. Unfortunate. Man, if they rework Smith again, what's that, like the 3rd or the 4th time they're doing that? I know Smith is pretty good in hardcore. I don't think it's used very much in softcore though. Although I do remember that there was some Skin of the Loyal builds that popped up near the end of the league. I can't be bothered finding the rest of the Abyss.
can I help? Take your time. For now, we part.
Obscure. Is this Olroth? One of these days I'm going to remember the name of these boss maps and what boss they correspond to. I think this one is Olroth. Memory. Yep. Let me just get my Adonias up. Ooh. That's Farlin, isn't it? It is. First time I've gotten something for this boss. Oh. Decent roll. 6%. Definitely hold on to that. Alright, next logbook, I believe. Yep. God, we're running low on logbooks again. Actually, I'm not going to use those threads. Alright, Fishy Endless. Fishy Endless. Circle is something else. Fishy Endless, dry at least. That's 3 grand expeditions. Doesn't look like there's any new ones. Alright. Bleak and Sulfite. Fishy. Endless. I think Unknown Ruins as well. So I think that's 5 grand expeditions on that one. Wild something dry. That's 3. Wild something dry. I think this one's looking the most promising. By my count, there should be at least 5 grand expeditions on the, oh, whoops, on this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Whoa. Juicy. If only this was an Elder Saga. 4 bosses and holy shit, this is loaded. 1, 2, 3, 4 bosses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 grand expeditions. Nice. Can literally do all of this without any travel maps as well. Sheesh. Alright. Hopefully one of these has an older saga waiting for us. The question is, do we have enough Chaos Orbs to recraft this wand? I'd have to null it down and then I'd want to Chaos Spam, ideally T1 spell damage. What is the odds of the spell damage roll, actually? One-handed wands. Actually, what is the eye level on this? 82, so it's definitely high enough. 0.12, okay. What if I settled? And for the T2, 0.2, shit, still probably a bit riskier than amount. And it's similar for the cold. To gamba or not to gamba? Three echoes, 2 lights. Probably need to trade this for an ancient jawbone. Would need to get 2 dextral omens for the essences. I think we need a few more chaos orbs. We'll push on for now. Need another irradiated tablet. The rarity isn't the worst mod. Experience. Rarity magic monsters. Rarity magic monsters. Probably job. We just use this one. Not gonna be too picky about these anyway.
History left its mark.
Oh, thought there was a saga there for a moment. Do need one of these, I believe. I don't have one of these, so it's a bit of a win. If I ever do want to make +2 proj gloves. Not a lot of remnants on this map though. I do need chaos orbs. Not great. One more remnant here. I'm just gonna go around this way. Actually, where was that was the one that I wanted, wasn't it? Probably beamline it down there. Not gonna overthink it. Did anyone watch the races yesterday? Saw bits and pieces. I saw Engormus had a bit of a rough go of it again, which is unfortunate to see. Yeah, botting's an unfortunate reality in the trade league. Just can't. It's always going to exist, unfortunately. I don't see anything that GGE can really do about it. Geez, those moonbeams hit pretty damn hard. Where's this straggler? Another Shrine Scepter, wow, okay. Really want to get us that Arm of the Dreamer, doesn't it? was that?
Too soon.
Go on.
Greetings, Quachic treasures. Don't spend it all at once. Good fortune.
Hello. All the best.
Oh, nice, +3. Don't think we'll quality this up, but we'll just throw on a... Nope, never rip. God, it's so tempting to pull this trigger just to recraft this. Nah. If I miss those chaos, it's gonna be brutal. A little bit more.
History left its mark. Time to leave mine.
Always gamble on the 5 random. Breath. Oh god, those are... Oh. Greater Chaos, that will come in handy. Flux is always good to pick up. Fingers crossed these last 4 have something promising. Very unique, why not? I think this is another miss. What were these ones again? Annulment, trash, 5 random, trash. Oh, can I hit all 3 of them? not quite. Oh, so close. Unfortunate. Kind of underwhelming. Fingers crossed we get something. Yeah, just trying to get my currency up, Blizz. I need a couple of quite a few Chaos Orbs as well for recrafting the wand and just having currency in general to potentially do something interesting on the Gemling, which I have on the sidelines. Hey, Pleasure Wintality. Hope the stream went well yesterday, mate. Nice. What level is that up to now? $96 solid. I think I'm what? I'm 96 as well on this character. Getting close to the 97. Does anyone know, by chance, on which items you can get the desecration for reduced chance to consume an infusion? I am tempted to try that Ice Nova Gemling build, and I'd need to stack that stat. God, this Remnant is an awkward position. spawning mobs. The complete opposite ends of this area. There's a stat for reduced chance to consume an infusion, but can't, like, something along those lines. Basically, skills which consume infusions having a chance to count as consuming it, but not have consumed it. So I believe on Ice Nova, the alt quality is you get about 40% of that at 20. And it looks like you can stack that to close to 100%, in which case you can just run around with infused Ice Nova without needing to worry about actual cold infusions, which would be, I think, in theory, potentially a lot of fun. Okay, these are two bloody oath monsters. Oh god, this is so awkward. Having to run through that chokehold just to clear mobs at both ends. Kind of sketchy. Oh shit, tripped over. I know there's 20% on tree. There's the alt quality and Gemling. I believe there is a Vow Corruption on the Snake Pit. I thought there was a Desecration as well. Somewhere. I swear I've seen a Desecration somewhere. Although I could be confusing it with something. Yeah, basically this modifier. Skills have a chance to not remove elemental infusions, but still count as consuming them. Thought there was a desecration that existed for that. Market's lagging.
What is it?
Greetings.
Quachik
That's
precious.
trash.
I'll take it. For now, we part.
Ooh, not a bad base.
A pleasure, as always. Fill that turn, yeah?
Grand project. Andy. Jeez, the market's struggling. What's going on? See if it'll log in and out. Oh shit, is the server down? Can't even go back to character selection. Seems like the server's lagging a bit. Market Dedge. Alright, let's do it the hard way. Let's have a look at amulets, rings, wands. No, I doubt it'll be on scepters. Belts, maybe. Gloves, boots, helmets, body armor. Don't imagine it'll be on jewels. How's it going, Mr. Blazeworks TV? Still the most handsome PoE streamer out there. Unchallenged. How are we, good sir? Pretty cruisy, just been farming expedition, trying to get some currency so I can recraft my wand and potentially do a Ice Nova setup on my Gemling. Maximum elemental effusions, that's not it. Nope. Nope. If you've lost an Archon buff in the last 6 seconds, it's a super weird modifier. Okay, belt slot's got that. Yeah, it doesn't look like there is a desecration for it really, is there? Yeah, it was Blaze. Rabbit caught it. Yeah, he caught that so well, didn't he? How much is it on? How much is there on the alt quality? Up to 40. You could probably get that up to about 60 very comfortably with a bit of added quality. $60, then the snake pit up to about 10, so that's 70. What was the other source? I did mention there was another source of that modifier. Oh god, drawing a massive mental blank now. Blaze, or anyone in chat, does anyone know where there are sources of this modifier beyond the Val Corruption on the Snake Pit? Could have sworn, oh, the 20% on the tree. So if I can get the quality up to about 60%, 20 on the tree, that's 80, plus the Snake Pit, 85, 90, that would feel probably decent. The only awkward thing with the Gemling starting here and having no split personality, that modifier is what here? All the way up here. Ugh. Have to go all the way around. Farm the Trickster. What's that for, Kev? Yeah, well, Raven Touch Shard isn't quite enough because you want the 2 travel nodes as well. You'd probably want a Black Flame Covenant from nothing, more so. Doubt there's any of those. Well, Market's dead, so I can't even search the... Hey, Kinder. Yeah, I'll jump in a map in a moment for you, buddy. Although this is a bit of a top-end build, so I'm not sure how reflective that's going to be of the general way Whispers of doing Ancestral, yeah. Are you talking about split personality or the From Nothing Blaze? Really? Sleppy was lurking earlier. Alright, a few things on the to-do list here. Quickly do some of these bosses. Well, Kinder, firing off the questions. I'll try and answer them in a moment, bud. Spirit. Okay, so wait, first, what were some of the questions here? What is Ward? Runic Ward is a defensive layer which you get access to through the campaign doing quests, which unlocks this thing called the Verisium Anvil, and you can put gear in there. And what it does, it can be converted into things called rune-forged items. And on them, there is a new defensive stat, which is Runic Ward. It sits underneath your health, so when your health completely drains, it starts draining the Runic Ward, which is represented by this symbol on the life globe. So that starts to drain after your life. And it's got its own inherent regeneration rate. I believe it's 5% per second. Spirit is another resource which you unlock during the campaign as well, and you can get it on gear primarily through things like your amulet and your body armor. You see it listed here. And what that is used for, it's used for certain what's called spirit skills, which have a certain cost or reservation, it's called, which consumes that spirit. Infernal Flame is something that's very unique specifically to the Infernalist ascendancy, which is a witch ascendancy. And you get that through this node, which is called Pyromantic Pact. It sets your mana to 0 and replaces it with a resource which is called Infernal Flame. Infernal Flame works pretty much the opposite way that mana does. So rather than draining, it fills as you cast spells. And once it reaches its maximum amount, it damages you based on how much life and energy shield you have. So hopefully that answers those questions. Not sure, I can't remember if there was other questions in there. I pretend to be Blaze. I'm really an imposter. Who's this? Uthred? Uthred? No, Verana, okay. This is kind of just not the most exciting content. These are just kind of these short boss maps. Once we get to an expedition, it's a little bit more full on. Does anyone know if Zleppy is in game at the moment? What's his actual character name? I don't think I've got him on my friends list. That's going to be the only challenge with the idea for the Gemling, is getting that cluster of nodes all the way up in the witch area. I may quickly jump into POV for a couple of seconds after this boss and just check something quickly. Build up my power charges. What the hell is this? 2 back-to-back Varanas? Didn't know you could get the same boss from the one logbook. strange. Let me check something quickly in POB. Uh, how many points is it if I just full send it around here? 54. That's not too bad. Something like this. Stack all these crit nodes along the way. Maybe get acceleration, a bit more crit here. Not sure if we'll do a cast on setup. Essentially grab that as well, grab that. Something lazy like that might work. What about area of effect? Offerings. That's area of effect for attacks, isn't it? Yeah. Maybe. Basically full crit setup. It's not going to be a lot of spell damage in this. I probably wouldn't go through here. I'd probably go around. That'll save a couple of points as well. Could get some spell damage in that cluster. Could chuck in Living Lightning somewhere, get that. More freeze build up, maybe. Not a problem, Kinder. I'm going to do an expedition in a minute, which will probably give you a better idea of how the gameplay looks. Drop my second lock. Wow. That is lucky. Congrats. Increase ice crystal life. That's another potential thing to pick up. Fear, paranoia, disgust could probably anoint that. Has some potential. Maybe.
Yes.
Welcome. Take your time. Good fortune.
All right, do I full send it on this wand or not? Is 80 Chaos Orbs enough to try and get a T1 or 2 increased spell damage if I wipe this and try and recraft it? Yo, Kung Lee, welcome, buddy. It's not SSF, but it's kind of semi-SSF. It's the Timmy Private League, so currency is kind of sparse. You can't just rely on being able to stock up on these currencies. I'd love to full send it, but the thing is, if I miss with these Chaos Orbs, I'm going to get stuck in an awkward position. First, I need to actually make sure I can get the, I think it's the dextral crystallization suffixes. Yeah, is any of these listed? So I do need 2 of those irrespectively. Whoa! Okay, Pokemon's my man. Actually, I'll give a bunch of these. What's this guy got? Is that more of them? Look, if people are training him, I wouldn't mind having a bit of a stockpile of these anyway, so I might as well grab them while I can. Should have probably hit up that other guy that whispered me. It's not those ones. What else did I need if I did want to do? I need to trade this probably for a jawbone. Snake bit because I'm using Frostbolt. No secret tech. Frostbolt without Snake bit is very underwhelming. Snake bit by default pierces through targets. So let's say Jado here was an enemy. It'll pass right through it and do a little bit of damage while passing through him. With Snake Pit, this line at the bottom, projectiles from spells cannot pierce, removes that behavior and will force the explosion to happen on him. So you can see here, Frostbolt has 2 parts. a projectile and an explosion. The explosion typically happens when you hit terrain. So like, if you have a look at here, you can see these explosions, if I can actually hit it. We'll see it, look at it down there. You'll see when it hits terrain, it explodes. So with the snake pit and that bottom line, projectiles cannot pierce. If I casted it at Jado, it would hit him and explode. Furthermore, in the left socket, it also has this projectiles from spells fork. So what would happen is you'd cast it, it will hit a mob, explode, and then fork off into 2 more projectiles, and those can then explode as well. Those explosions do more damage. They're an AoE effect, so they can overlap and shotgun. And overall, it just makes Frostbolt turn from an underwhelming kind of mediocre spell into a very strong one. That's the kind of the short of it. Well, if I can't get an Ancient Jawbone, it's probably not worth doing the thing anyway. Put these away. Start this up, may as well. Chill Ground and Feeble.
History left its mark. Time to leave.
Okay. Ooh. As always, predictions. What do people think? My guess, as always, is 3 annulment orbs. Always 3 annulment orbs. Yo, Shu, what's up, buddy? Drop us a prediction, Shu. What do you reckon this is? Do we see a mirror for the first time? But I think it's going to be 3 annulments. Two diff. 3 annulments. Oh, snap. The 10 div mega jumped in just in time. Well, this expedition turned profitable very quickly. Alright, we do need the Chaos Orb, so we'll definitely pick that up. Grab some augments. We have to have the Gamba with the 5 random. I'll grab an annulment. Got a Gamba. And we'll re-roll that one. Not a bad expedition. What's the best pathing? What were these ones? Are they worth going to, or can we skip them? Yeah, that was not worth. I think one of these is a greater. That would be nice to pick up for the wand. It may be difficult though to get all the way around there. Let's see how we go. We do have 19 of these, so let's try go up. Let's try go around this way. Just a 5 random, and what's this one? Annulment. Go the Gamba route. Now, do we choose this one down here or the annulment? 5 random. Go the Gamba again. Soul Rune. Oh, that's going to be risky to propagate, but YOLO. Sure, we're going to be able to get to this one as well, aren't we? Not bad. Might be a bit of a spicy one. What are my thoughts on rarity? Don't like it. I don't like it from a build creation point of view. I'm primarily a build creator in the sense that that's my enjoyment of the game, and having to always try and fit that in on softcore and having that suffix and prefix pressure, like, you're always sacrificing over defenses or offenses in order just to get a rarity stat, and just feels a bit yuck. I don't like it personally. I don't feel strongly enough about it to get like really worked up about it, but it never feels nice from a build creation point of view. Sacrificing prefixes and suffixes in order to get that stat. And you almost feel pressured to, once you get to end game and start min-maxing your build, you're always trying to get at least 150%. And it's definitely makes a big difference to your ground loot. Like, I remember at one point, I think I was lurking. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. I'm extremely slowed here, and there's a whole bunch of shit. Okay, now I can relax. I remember lurking in Dead Rabbit stream once, and holy shit, what's going on with this Remnant? This is the 10 Divine, isn't it? Okay, this is a bit nutty. I was lurking in Dead Rabbit stream once, and he showed up his pilfering ring. And Rabbit probably plays, from a times played perspective, 1.5, 2 times as much as I do, like ballpark. And he had found less ground loot than I had, and because he was running around, I believe, with sub 100 rarity. And my build setup at the time had, I think, over 200. So I was spending a lot less time farming content than him, probably half as much, and I had found more ground loot in terms of currency than he had. So the rarity does make a big difference. Chill Reflect, was it? Yeah, something was really slowing me dramatically there. Oh god, I backtracked, I don't know. Going back this way, yeah, there we go. Geez, something's hitting very hard in this map. Probably a crit modifiers on the Waystone, I'm guessing. Make sure I maintain my guard. Trying to avoid that enfeeble as well. Kind of starting to think I should have paid more attention to what runes I was propagating, because this could get sketchy. Always a straggler somewhere. Oh, there's that chill reflect again. The hell is that? It's chilled ground as well, which is annoying. I'm a big fan of plants for leveling at the Infernalist. Bone Cage in Act 1, and then when you get Wild Surge incantations in Act 2, switch to that. Softcore, 100% use Demon Form. So powerful in the campaign. On Hardcore, I use the Hellhound just for the damage reduction with Last Gasp and Loyalty. God, this chill ground. It's annoying. Oh God. Shit, starting to hit hard. Really should have paid attention to these runes. I have a feeling I've got a soul rune situation here where the rares are starting to get beefed up a little bit. This could be it, ladies and gentlemen, if I'm not careful. Oh fuck, bleach. That's not a good base, is it? Level 62, probably not. Oh shit, sorry to hear you died in Act 4 with it. Was there anything in particular that felt a little bit off? Yeah, caster levelers feel a bit thin. Like, what have we got? There's obviously EDC, which is like the real popular one. Plants is super popular. Beyond that, look, Sparks, Cold Infused Spark that is viable. I've run that a few times in the past and it's not too bad. Beyond that, probably there isn't too much, is there? Oh shit, I really backed myself into a tight spot there. Okay, some of these rares are starting to hit quite hard. I'm a little bit worried here. I'll catch up on chat in a second. I'm a little bit hyper-focused on this remnant because it's a little bit sketchy at the moment. Jesus, still got 2 remnants to go. God, I think there is definitely a soul rune situation here where the toughness and damage is starting to scale the more I kill them. Oh, these guys have a lot of HP. Oh, another wave. What's going on? Pretty sure there was a soul rune that I propagated early on. It's always scary because if they build up, that buff, what is it, Union of Souls, can get really sketchy. Oh jeez, can't loot that while there's mobs around. We'll leave it behind. Hold on. Let me catch up. Probably going to league start Infernalist into Bitter Dead. It'll be very interesting to see what happens in 0.55 in terms of the league mechanic that is available during mapping. During the campaign, as to whether they persist and just keep the Runes of Aldor mechanic with the remnants so that you have access to things like Grim Pillars and Bitter Dead, etc. If those remnants are still through the campaign, then I might even be tempted to try Grim Pillars. That was a lot of fun when I played it in THC. Or whether they mix it up and add in something new. Yeah, I hope Grim Pillars dodges the nerf bat, but but then again, I wouldn't be surprised if they do hit it. These proximal bubbles as well are a pain in the ass to deal with when you're a caster. Pretty much just need a face tank stuff. These rares definitely have a lot of HP. The nice thing with Frostwall is it acts as a good blocking ability. I think my flask is out of charges. I'm not gonna risk it, and I'll just refill it quickly. I'll dump this off as well.
History left its mark. Nothing to leave mine.
How much health does this guy have? This guy got proximal. No? Alright, what's going on with this guy? Why is he taking, like, literally no damage? Regenerates life. Fantastic. I don't think I could kill this guy. Alright, what's going on here? I'm bailing out of this. Good enough. Whatever. I'm all for content, but that was a bit ridiculous. Yeah, that seemed... I don't know what's going on there, whether there was like a proximal mod that wasn't showing up or something like that, but... something felt off there. I'm not going to risk just face tanking it if I don't know what the hell's going on.
Watch the stars.
Oh, this is the aggravate bleeding spear.
Greetings. This is what we have available. Bring any tomes you find.
How's the Chaos Orb situation looking? What do we do? Keep farming? Full standard on the wand? Try and give it a craft? Try and set up Ice Nova on the Gemling? I'll probably do that off stream. I won't bore you guys sitting there trying to set up a build. I really want to craft this wand. $80 Chaos Orbs. We got the ritual omens for it. We still need the ancient jawbone. Is there any listed? No. 2 hours setup stream. Well, I've already done that a few times. I don't know if you were here, Blizz, or... I'm sure some of you were here when I was playing around with the Gemling. I definitely had moments where I was spending a lot of time build crafting. Alright, be right back. Just quick toilet break and I'll have a think about what's next. Yeah, I really do want to get that Gemling Ice Nova going at some point. I think would be pretty handy, although I still needed like a perfect... Definitely need more currency in order to get that set up, so that will be probably a thing for tomorrow. Let's continue on with this for now, but I am itching to craft this wand. God, what am I looking for? Maps. Just a throwaway boss map. There we go. Yeah, there's so many cool builds that you can do with it. I'm really itching to try the Ice Nova with the chance not to consume the infusions. Try and get that as high as possible, so just running around with the infused effect. Almost 100% uptime. Yeah, the Flame Blast is just so nice on Gemling. Is there any way to Buka, sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong, to get that stat beyond the snake pit, the nodes on the passive tree, and the alt quality? Is there any other sources anywhere? Let's see if I can find it. This one's skills have a chance to not remove elemental infusions but still count as consuming them. So I know there's this Vow Corruption on the Snake Pit. There's 20% on the tree here. And there's the alt quality on the Ice Nova. Boots have one. Chest Idol. Oh, interesting. Hold on, let me check this. How much are those rolls? So you're telling me boots... Aramir. Do I have one of those? Oh, that's not it. Got excited there for a second.
Have an order?
And you said boots as well. What's on boots? Uthrid's. What's that? Chronomancy. What is this roll to? 15%. Not bad. Oh, charges. Yeah, thank you. So, no, not boots. Actually, I'm pretty sure infusions don't count as charges, do they? Or do they, Buka? I'm sure infusions don't count as charges. Yeah. So it pretty much would need this. Wonder if anyone in global has it. Because with the extra quality, you could probably get the alt quality up to about... That's not what I wanted. Is that for... Is that? Oh, crap. Thank you, Shu, although it seems like I ultimately don't need it. Because it's charges as well. Do you want that back, Shu? I appreciate it, but it seems... Keep it? Okay. Thank you, mate. Alright, let's jump into the next expedition. Chilled ground again, oh well. Yeah, I was about to say, I had the Eidolon chest on the Gemling. From what I remember, that's 5%. The Gemling itself with the Ascendancy gets what, another 5%? I think I had, and then you can corrupt, it's 3%. Could quite easily get it to at least 60% or so just on the Gemling Ascendancy stuff. This is 20, so that's 80%. And I believe I've got a snake bit on the Gemling as well with another couple of percentage on it. So right now I could probably get about 90% chance as it is.
History left its mark.
Yeah, Paragon Instillment. Although getting the liquids for that may be challenging. But yeah, 90% would probably feel good anyway, because you still need to the infusions only last for so long, so you're going to be refreshing them anyway. Yeah. This expedition is not looking great. Although that's nice. A little bit yuck. What's this one up here? Can I skip it? Yeah, we'll skip that. That'll do. Yeah, I wouldn't be sacrificing the belt slot, though.
Let's see what this a little resistance.
But that is an idea.
Interesting.
I'll have to play around with it off stream tomorrow morning. See how it feels with the 90%. Yeah, I do have the fox idol on the chest on my Gemling at the moment. So I already got a little bit set up. How do I sustain my flame? I just tank the damage of... This is an armor stacking build. So I just eat the pyro pack damage. And then I've got a bunch of sources for guard, which is pretty much my main form of sustain. I think it's called the Rune of Protection, which gives a periodic small amount of guard, but the main ones are the Oroth Life Flask and Morrigan's Insight. So if you see this yellow buff up here, that's a big chunk of guard. When I pop Oroth Flask, I also get about 1800 guard. So the armor stacking, a lot of armor applies to elemental and fire. I think I take about 100 or so damage from the Pyro Pact, and then the guard is just a sustain on top of that. I think I've got some life on kill and things like that as well, which helps out a little bit. Got also remnants of Kalgor underneath the life, just in case there's a little bit of a safety net. And that's how we get the tankiness. Which has been working pretty well thus far. Although we had a bit of a sketchy expedition the last map. It's subjective whether armor stacking is better or not. I am biased, and I feel that with high investment at the top end, armor stacking can surpass ES. Simply because of the amount of mitigation that you can create, and especially with things like Runic Ward and Guard available in pretty significant amounts, you can get some real crazy stuff. Like, I've got a YouTube guide out there for this build on softcore where it reached a point where I could quite literally go full juiced expeditions and quite literally not move. I'd just sit in all the ground effects, spam the Oroth Flask every 2 seconds or so, and yeah, not die to anything. I wouldn't go as far as saying it was immortal, but it was pretty damn close to it. And I don't think you'd ever be able to achieve that with just pure ES, because you just won't be able to sustain with pure convalescence that sheer amount of damage consisting. Okay, where's this guy's buddy that he's not dying? Here he is. Also, on the topic of armor stacking, the Infernalist is particularly good at it due to its ascendancy node Alt Flesh, because that converts away a big chunk of your physical, which makes your armor a lot more... Oh shit, I've painted myself into a corner here. Yeah, Infernalist is particularly good with armor due to Altered Flesh. Reduces the sizes of max hits and makes your armor a lot more effective. I'm running that combined with Cloak of Flame on this setup right now, and it, yeah, has some pretty good results. Okay, again, why am I standing right next to the Remnant? Not bad. Yeah, Infernalist is definitely quite a special case when it comes to armor stacking. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the Smith of Katava's also got a similar ascendancy, which converts portions. But basically, yeah, if you combine this, I'm converting away 56%. This is a corrupted overroll. You get 20% from Altered Flesh. If you even want to go deeper into it, you can get another 5% here with Molten Being. And there's also a node here, Catalyst. You can pretty much almost convert all of your physical damage away, or at least a significant portion of it. And then you can, a very popular combination is then to also go with the Gore Girdle, since you're taking practically such a minimal amount of physical damage. Downside to this is almost negligible, and you double your armor. Although a better min-max version would be to have probably a Mage Blood with a double armor roll duplicate with like I think it's what is it, basalt and granite. Would probably result in more armor, but this is a very cheap option. This is a very easy option to get very effective armor. Yeah, I thought there was one for the Smith. ES isn't for sustain, it's just a buffer in case you get hit while destroying everything. Yeah, pretty much. ES is just get a shit ton of it so that you don't get one shot. And then for the most part, you're just trying to kill everything before it has a chance to do sustained damage to you. So that's probably a good way of putting it. You know, they're relatively equatable at the top end, but armor at the very top end is better for sustained damage. If you're just going to throw yourself kind of brain off into high density content and just going to get constantly hit, armor's going to serve you a lot better than ES. But ES is a lot simpler to set up, has no suffix pressure really to speak of. And if you're kind of going like softcore, or if you got access to a lot of currency at the top and you're doing so much damage, you're just relying on playing a little bit smarter and not taking sustained hits. So the ES is just there as a massive buffer for that one shot that does occasionally hit you. At the end of the day, it's very subjective to the playstyle that you want. I'm a big fan of it though. Armor, that is. I'll always be an advocate for it. Oh, Visions of Paradise. Nice. Armor applies to Ellie. Not bad. See if we can get lucky and hit the light radius. No. Bugger. Oh. Oh, that got markedly better. Hold on to that. That may be worth a cheeky look into later. Excuse me for one moment, guys. Just need to make a phone call. Alrighty, apologies for that. Hold on, got some other messages here. What's going on? Alright, where were we? Every time I come back to the hideout, I get the itch to send it on this wand. Oop. That's relatively okay. Yeah, the percentage to hit even T2 on the spell damage or the cold is so low, which is what's making me a little bit apprehensive. Hold on, just need to grab a snack as well. And the thing is, I don't even have... I guess I do have the backup wand on the Gemling, which was a +4, with not the worst rolls. But the thing I'm worried about is if I don't hit that chaos spam, I'm going to be stuck in a bit of a tight spot. Check if it's worth detouring into this corner. The masterwork isn't too bad, but no, not really. Won't use the liquids on those. Oh, okay. Ada. Damn it. It's actually a little bit disheartening how many of these we've done and not seen a saga. Today. 2 more chances up here. That's promising. With God, I wish they would remove these weapon-based transformative runes. They're such trash. I don't see anyone using them. Or at least remove it from the 7 rune version. Put something more valuable. Can't quite hit that. Oh. Oh, probably can beeline into that corner after all. Might as well take the masterwork and re-roll this one. No, nothing. Yeah, exactly. I agree, Blizz. It would work better as a flux.
Let's wake the dead, shall we?
Oh, neck's stiffening up. I don't know why I'm avoiding these mana pools, considering they do nothing to me. Oh geez, bit of desync there. Okay, where are we? Yeah, where's it going? Alright, here we go. Ooh. Handy little chest. I have a strong suspicion that we may see 0.55 drop like a week or two after the live stream next week. So in like 2 or 3 weeks time. I reckon they'll try and continue the publicity momentum from Gamescom, which is I think this week or just after this weekend. So they'll have Gamescom leading into the live stream. And then like a week or two later, I reckon 0.55 will drop. The news about the live stream was a very nice surprise. Surprise it's happened. Like normally they do the announcement like 2-3 weeks out, and it was like, what? Happening next week? So good. What do you mean 1-2 weeks this patch? Are you referring to how long 0.55 will last? So they've been on record stating that it's probably going to be a 1 month long event, if that's what you're asking about. The 0.55 event, in the way everyone understands that it's going to work, I don't think it's going to affect the current league in any way. It's going to be a separate league with its own fresh reset economy, but it's not going to overwrite the current league. So if you're having fun and enjoying the current league, you're going to be able to continue to play that. And I'd imagine a lot of the balance and patch changes will get applied to it as well. If there's any new content, like new ascendancies or mechanics, which most people doubt will happen, but if there is, I'd imagine that would probably be Event League exclusive. But in terms of the current league, that is not going to disappear or get removed in any way. Yeah, it's going to feel kind of basically like an official private league in many respects. It's just going to be a separate event. So completely optional, essentially. Yeah, you're not going to lose anything. Nothing ever gets deleted. If anything, it just gets migrated to standard. So even if you're new and having fun on a character, you know, worst case scenario will go over to standard league. But it'll never get removed or deleted. But yeah, the way everyone understands it and the way GGG have kind of worded it, it's going to be in a separate event league. So it's just going to be a separate option when you create a character, and it's going to be independent from the current league. But the current league is still going to continue running. Yeah, that would make sense, Cynical. If it's a one month event, then it'll probably migrate back into the current Runes of Aldor League once it's done. If that's how it works. That would make sense. Couple of Divino orbs this map. Considering how underwhelming the remnants were, it's not a bad result.
This is what we have available. I'll take it. Carry on.
Runesmith at your service. Fill that tone, yeah?
left its mark.
Oh, damn, quite a few
Time to
remnants
use
in here.
mine.
Opulent rune right off the bat. That's not bad. Two divines. Alright. Bond rune. Should pay attention to what's going on here. Bond life. We had the opulent. That's alright. Oh, okay, we've got to be careful with that one. Life, that's okay. Do want the greater chaos. Started promising, then fell off hard. Might as well pick up all these chests since the rest is pretty meh. Kind of want to avoid that oath rune. Ooh. Why is it not like that? There we go. Hipsky, how are we, buddy? How you been, mate? We tried many a time to kill it off, and it has prevailed. Still kicking. If anything, it got even stronger because Zleppy hooked me up with a Olroth Life Flask. What is that? No idea what the DPS is, to be honest. It's always really hard to tell with cast on builds. It's definitely performing well enough.
Another claw.
A bit of an awkward choke point. I may regret running this lane. No, got through fine. This is awkward. Two immune mobs standing in a chokehold. Choke point, I should say. Chokehold. Damn, what was this remnants? I don't recall it being a big one, but the oak rune's definitely making it last a while. There is no such thing as a noob question, Kipsy. Shoot, buddy. I am taking damage, but because the armor applies to elemental levels that I have, fire in particular, it's relatively small. I think it's somewhere around the 100 odd damage mark. And more often than not, it hits the guard. So you'll notice this red icon with guard, or this yellow one, guard. The yellow one is from Morrigan's Insight triggering. The red one is from the Olroth Life Flask. So typically the Pyro Pack damage will actually get absorbed by the guard more often than not. So you won't actually see anything here fluctuate.
aquatic treasures. Don't spend it all at once. Good fortune.
Actually, I should craft up a couple more liquids.
How are you faring? Bye.
How are you looking currency-wise? Slap on 100 chaos between the greater and the normal. So tempted just to send it to have a bit of fun. I really want to craft this properly. Let's see if I can get an ancient jawbone. Do I have the message stored still? Stale link, okay. Give that a second while I have a bit more of this. Wait. Alright, we got a jawbone, so I think we just full send it. I think we got everything we need. We're just going to have to get lucky on the chaos spam. So we'd have the jawbone. Got the dextral crystallizations. We've got a greater exalt. If we need it. We've got the suffix targeting omens. Got the Astrids. Transcendent and Celestial. Is there anything else that I'd need to craft this up? So I'd strip it down with annulments. Chaos spam, 1 modifier. Want to get T1 or T2. I'd probably settle for T2 given how many chaos orbs I have. May even potentially settle for... Close this one. T3 given the odds. Like... What's T3? 75 to 89. Yeah, T3 might be a tempting one to just settle for, because these are just so low. Blizz, you still around, mate? Do you think it's worth settling for the T3 if I hit it? What do you guys in chat reckon? Do you think it's worth settling for this if I hit it? Given the odds. I've got 100 combined Chaos Orbs. Yeah, it would be a bit unfortunate, but like you said, hitting the T1 is what, 1 in 500? .12, and it'll probably be the same for the cold, because we'd settle for cold as well, obviously. So 0.25. So yeah, it's 1 in 500 to hit T1. It's 1 in 100 to hit T2. So technically we should be able to hit the T2 mathematically with this amount. It will probably depend how far I am. If I hit the T3 like 5 Chaos Orbs in, I'll probably keep re-rolling. But if I'm getting down to like 20 Chaos Orbs, I'll probably settle for a T3. I may approach it that way. Oh, let's just go for it. Let's have some fun, hey? Make sure I've got a Rune of Hollowing, actually. Yep. Yeah, I'm itching to do the Ice Nova Gemling. I reckon tomorrow's stream will be the back on the Gemling playing Ice Nova. It's another reason I'm itching to do this wand, because I'd probably actually transfer this wand over to the Gemling. And so obviously cold damage as well. Alright, let's just go for it. No turning back now. Holy shit, I actually removed the horrible suffix. God, do I actually maybe just do a cheeky Exalt Slam here? If I hit cast speed, it may actually not be worth bothering. That was like an accidental W. It actually 1 in 5 hit the trash suffix. I don't want to waste a perfect Exalt though. Or do I? What else am I going to use it on? Yeah, I know. I keep getting reminded about this whole SSF-ish THC mentality of exactly loot means nothing if it's sitting in your stash. Yeah, I could put in the Astrids, but honestly, if I'm going to put in the Astrids, I prefer to craft it, try and get like a T1, T2 spell damage. And to be honest, this critical spell damage... Oh, I guess I could actually clobber this, couldn't I? And then... yeah. I could clobber this with the Transcendent and then re-desecrate to try and get crit hit. But again, am I happy with these two prefixes? They're pretty good, granted, but they're not fantastic. Yeah, the crafted cast speed is basically T1 with an extra 10% gain on it. This is 63. It's not a lot of chaos there. Yeah, it's not... If I hit T1, it would be like a 1 in 4, 1 in 5 chance with the amount of chaos orbs I have. Or should I say the lack of chaos orbs I have. I'd have to get super lucky to get something better than the prefixes here. And I guess the nice thing about these prefixes is the gain extra as cold is actually really good because of my increased cold damage. And I've got increased cold damage here as well. So it's the best gain that I could have gotten. The other question, I guess, would be, do I remove this desecration and gamble on desecrating on something better, or do I settle for this and try and hit the transcendent on the other suffix slot? No, that would be probably too risky. Because if this extra suffix ends up being a trash one, and I hit this, I've only got the one transcendent alloy. So I'll take the safe op. Look, either way, this is going in the Astrids. I think I just remove the desecration, play it safe. Yeah, getting the crit chance is super low as well. Like, super hard to hit. Actually, no, on the one it's actually not too bad. Obviously, getting a higher roll is quite rare. But getting it in general isn't super hard. That's 5% times the 3 options. 15 times the 2 with the reveal. So it's about a 31 in 3 chance to hit the crit hit chance. Yeah, 3 to... Look, I'll ultimately settle on for getting crit spell damage bonus again. You know, getting this roll again isn't the worst outcome in the world. Yeah, I think I just removed this. I'm going to play it safe. I know it's a little bit boring, but play it safe. Okay, suffix. Transcendent. That'll remove the desecration. There we go. So we don't need that anymore. We don't need these anymore. And now we just put the suffix on. It's the only thing left open. And we pray for a good reveal. We want the crit hit chance, ideally. Nah, I've got a spare Astrids, so I'm just going to remove it. I need to remove it anyway in order to be able to do the weapon set 2 stuff with the Rune of Hollowing. Like you can see, my Adonias is enabled again. Alright, crit hit chance. Miss. That's a big whiff. Well, that's the ancient jawbone gone. Do I try and get some more jawbones for divine? How much are jawbones worth roughly in divine value in THC? I guess as always, it depends on the person. Still got 2 lights left. 3 echoes. I suppose anyone in chat has an ancient jawbone. I've got enough preserved, although obviously I'd prefer to use ancients if I'm sacrificing Omen of Lights for this. Looks like someone in Global has one. Yeah, whatever, 10D. Not going to use the divines on anything else. Alrighty, take 2. I just got one from Global Raisin, but if this misses, I may have to grab that one off you. Or was that you in Global that just traded me, mate? Ah, legend, bud. Thank you very much. We'll ask kindly the lurker. We'll do a little dance for him for a little bit of luck. Alrighty. Take 2. Crit hit chance that I'll settle for a decent crit damage as well. Alright, I'm covering this up. I want to see W's or F's in the chat. W or F? Oof. Man, these are some horrid rolls. Ugh. Blech. Oh, you know what it's time for? Another global spam. Yeah, look, in softcore exactly, there's different ways to approach it, and arguably, typically, if I was crafting this on softcore, I'll do the chaos spam with the +5 fracture, and whatever I'd hit first, whether it was T1 spell damage or T1 crit hit chance, you'd obviously settle for that, and then you'd use the opposite suffix or prefix to do the crafted mods. Yeah, that is a good point, Balok, about the blocking the mana, which has obviously got a super high weighting. Because, yeah, you remove that whole 11,000 weighting out of 41. So it's, yeah, pretty significant. See what you mean. Yeah, they are expensive crafts. The chaos spam especially. I may just use a regular jawbone for this and look, settle for whatever happens. I can always remove it later on when I get more currency. The cast speed crafted modifier is higher value than the crit damage I had before anyway, so it's still going to be an improvement. Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be various crafting currencies which will be introduced over time. Whether that works that way, there'll be stuff that's added. Anyway, we'll pretty much settle for any tier at this point of crit hit or crit damage. I think I'm going to just settle for this. Good enough. It's a DPS mod, even though it's probably, I think it's a T4, so it's pretty horrible, but it's better than some of the other trash that can roll onto it. Yeah, T4. Look, still an upgrade over what it was before. That's a decent one. There we go. Oh god, I needed the... Oh no, now I need to put more intelligence in. Ironically enough, the intelligence was actually doing something.
Speak.
57, G's,
How
okay.
can I perfect myself?
Lost a bit of life there. Alrighty. I'm new to PoE 2 and I have a question. Is it really impossible to make a build from scratch without burning out myself to farm divines for eternity to create a perfect OP build T1 all equipment with perfect passive jewels that can carry a full team 200% Delhi city map that is fully juiced? Look, the way I would put it is, at the end of the day, it's a game. Play it the way you want to have fun. No one can tell you what's a good and a bad build. Yeah, look, if you're talking about making a build from scratch as in not following a guide, it really depends on how experienced it is and how knowledgeable you are of the game. If you knew, it would probably be hard to just kind of come up with a build to achieve what you're saying. If you're following a guide, though, there's plenty of meta builds out there which can achieve what you're asking relatively cheaply. But, yeah, in terms of good and bad build, it's subjective. So it really depends what you're after in the game. And yeah, you definitely, and some of the guys have said, you definitely don't need top tier gear to achieve that stuff. There's plenty of builds out there that can do it on a budget quite easily. All right, let's try, and I think I've got one more expedition here. I want to give the wand a bit of a test run. No, both minus player resistances. Screw that. That seems alright. Yeah, one more irradiated tablet. Vectorless monster rarity. Yeah, why not? That'll do.
History left its mark. Time to leave mine.
Another thing to keep in mind is that, yeah, team play, I'm sure watching clips and even maybe being a part of it is really eye-catchy, but I dare say probably 99% of people play solo PoE. So really, you don't really need a build that can full carry in that fashion. Oh, that extra cast speed is really nice, actually. Jeez, where are all the remnants on this map? It's a Oath rune. Yuck. It's a big yuck. Oh god. Well, I actually need the perfect jewelers, so I'll grab that. We'll end up there. Another relatively disappointing expedition. Yeah, I dare say that's decent advice. Find a skill that appeals to you. Find a build that uses it. And ultimately, your enjoyment of a build more often than not is going to come down to how it feels to play it for you. I've played plenty of builds that I've come up with that perform well, but feel kind of like shit, and I kind of gravitate away from them. Probably even an example of that is I really enjoyed putting together that Infernalist shield wall build. It's probably been my most positive experience from a build creation point of view. It was super satisfying getting that up and running. Such a well-performing build in many respects, but ultimately after playing it for a couple of days at the very top end, once you get into like kind of juiced content, the lack of AoE occasionally, and somehow how it catches on terrain and doesn't cast the shield walls feels a little bit bad, and I always move away from it after I use it to set myself up. So, you know, it's an example. Some builds will be super good but require like sort of weird gameplay. Like, I'm not a big fan of the whole bone shatter kind of movement tech, but some people absolutely love it. So there's so much subjectiveness in the game. Honestly, at the end of the day, just find something that you enjoy. Oh man, this cast speed is definitely noticeable immediately. And cast speed also means more projectile speed due to Valentis propulsion, which is nice. Definitely glad I've crafted that cast speed on. It's noticeable. Another thing I'd say about builds and things like that as well, if you're new, I wouldn't even focus on that level of endgame builds when you're new. Just enjoy the campaign, the early mapping experience, learn the game, and just enjoy the progress of your character getting better each time you play and learning more about the game. If you just focus on the hyper top end, then honestly your enjoyment of the game is probably going to suffer, and you're probably not going to get much life out of the game. Like me personally, like you'll probably, I don't want to exaggerate it, but typically when I get a build like to min-max stage, to that kind of point that you were alluding to, that's almost the end of my life cycle with that build and that character. I'll typically hit that point, maybe farm up for a day or two just to replenish my currency, and then I'm on to the next build. I don't like sitting there in God mode just going through maps and maps. Basically, like, that's kind of the point I'm at with this build. This is why you've probably heard me mention the Gemling a few times and the people that have been in the chat for the last hour or two. Because this build, I was actually done with this build, was it, a couple of days ago? That, you know, those that have been in watching the stream for the last couple of days, I kind of finished this build a couple of days ago, and the only reason I've come back onto it is, like I said, just to farm up a little bit of currency for the next idea. But again, that's a subjective thing. For me, like, RPGs are more about the journey rather than the destination. Once I get to the destination and I'm in like full God mode, then the build becomes actually rather boring quickly. Especially with the state that PoE 2 is in at the moment, where the potential for really pushing a build to its limits is relatively limited. You know, we don't have like a delve mechanic or something like that at the moment where you can really, you know, really stress test a build and push it to a point where maybe, like, you know, those 5% upgrades actually make a difference and help you get another level or two lower. You know, it's very easy to get to a point where you're just destroying absolutely everything. Yes, Spirit Strong boxes. I remember the shield wall build was actually really strong for that kind of stuff due to its crazy amount of damage that it used to put out. Sorry, just saw the question about the Infernal Flame someone asked earlier. This is a armor stacking build, somewhat hybrid with quite a bit of runic ward, and I've got two sources of large amounts of guard. You can see up here 1500, the yellow icon. I've also got the Aura of Life Flask, which does similar. You can see here 1500 red. So if you see this red or the yellow icon, I'm periodically getting a large source of guards. So not only do I have a tremendous amount of mitigation through having quite a lot of armor applies to Ellie, like the Pyro Pact I think does about 100, maybe a little bit more damage per proc to me, so not that much. And because I'm getting this periodic guard, you're basically seeing the result that you're seeing, that it very rarely actually touches my life pool. I hope I answered the question. So this is the build that I actually created on softcore and had a lot of success with, and always suspected that it may potentially be viable in hardcore if I could set it up. And yeah, Short answer is it is. We actually tried to kill this character a couple of days ago and failed to because it actually had so many defenses it actually didn't want to die. Which is kind of funny. I was really pushing T16 expeditions and things like that. Yeah, the amount of guard you get is just ridiculous. So I'm sitting there with almost, what, 3,500 effective life with the life and ward combined. And then you're periodically getting about 18 to 2000 guard periodically. Yeah, actually, that's a good point, Zeppy, as well. Before you gave me the life last, just the Morrigan's Insight was just sustaining me well enough. It was kind of crazy.
Runesmith at your service. Keep your chisel sharp.
How can I help? Take your time. Carry on.
Oh, good nostalgic, man. Oh, look, you don't have to change your view. If that's your goal to achieve those kind of levels, oh, look, ultimately, there's nothing wrong with that. No one can tell you how to play the game. But yeah, just as you're starting off, I'd just focus on learning the game, follow a build guide. Like the guys have said in chat, there's plenty of builds out there that can actually achieve what you're talking about relatively cheaply. Especially at this point in the league where the market is just saturated with a lot of good mid to top tier gear, like that kind of 6, 7 out of 10 gear. The market, I imagine, is just saturated with that stuff. The quick boss map. Yeah, I'm definitely someone that enjoys min-maxing, creating a build, squeezing every little bit out of it. But once I reach that point, I'll lose interest very quickly beyond that. I'm not a big fan of just blasting and farming the same content for days and days. I don't have an attention span for it. Again, I'll stress, there's nothing wrong with it. That's what you want to do. I'm definitely not bagging it, but it's not for me. I thought it didn't exist. And there it is. And there it is. Oh, that is a W. What a way to finish up the day. It's probably close to done. And that's actually going to really help the Gemling Ice Nova build. That's actually really good for Ice Nova. Oh, that's a massive bonus. Yeah, it's such an... Like, you probably heard my enthusiasm when I opened up the map device. I was like, yeah, we'll just finish off that boss quickly. Just bang. Oh, that's put a smile on my face. Hot damn. That's definitely going in the Gemling bucket. Oh shit, I forgot I had these two. Do we have a cheeky gamble on these? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. We need to divine them up to probably at least 45 would be a settle with a physical damage corrupt. How many divines am I going to sink into this? 48, there we go. 47, alright. God, that's such a low roll on the armor. I'm not going to be greedy though. Do I rune forge them? What's the cost of the rune forging from a armor perspective? So it goes from 557, 500. So about 100 combined armor evasion for 128 runic ward. That is worth it. It does bump up the dex requirement though, which is a bit annoying, but we kind of... No, I still think that's worth it. So, want to over-corrupt the conversion or get a third socket. Probably for the Gemling, the third socket would be more valuable. For the Infernalist, probably the overall over-corruption. Oh, we got 2 goes of this. Qualityed, socketed, 1. No third socket, so potential overcorrupt. 2 potential overcorrupts. Or probably more realistically, nothing changed. Nothing changed. Oh my god, it down rolled the armor massively though. Ooh, that's annoying. Damn, that would have been so good. Bumped the life up, bumped the conversion up, but had to down roll the armor. Still usable potentially. Unfortunate. Damn, that was a bit of a divine sink. Still doing okay-ish. What else did we have here? Got these 2 sitting here as well. So, lightning coil, so if we compare the 2. Where are we? And... Oh, we've got an... The other one's already corrupted. So if we have a look at these 2, they're a muchness in terms of the primary function, which is the physical damage conversion. So... Assuming you have this high rolled, so this has a range, which is the first downside of the lightning coil. It's a bit of a divine sink to get this to a good roll. On softcore, this is a lot, obviously, easier to get. But assuming this is a 50 out of 50, the conversions are identical, essentially. You're getting 50% of your physical damage converted. which is the primary function. So beyond that, the big differences are the Cloak of Flame has quite a bit of value from a resistance side of things, but it has no armor at all. So for an armor build, which, let's face it, is pretty much mostly going to be an armor build that uses or wants these conversions, Cloak of Flame is only really offering you the resistance and the conversion, whereas Lightning Coil has the conversion, it's got life, and this is rolled very, very low, but it can actually get a combined about 1,000 armor and evasion rating combined. You can convert the evasion rating to armor with iron reflexes. So you're getting quite a lot of armor on the Lightning Coil. So from a min-maxing point of view, the Lightning Coil is better than the Cloak of Flame, but it is more challenging to solve your resistances because it's pretty much almost like a 80% resistance swing. You can get up to 50 fire resistance here positive, and you get at least minus 30% lightning resist here. So it's like a 80% lightning resistance swing. And considering this is typically used in conjunction with Gore Girdle, you don't actually have a lot of suffixes to play with on your gear. So the Lightning Coil is harder to get online, but ultimately from a min-max point of view, it's higher value. The Cloak of Flame is a lot easier to slap on though, because you don't have any negative resistance to deal with. How high does it go? You can over corrupt the 50% up to, I believe, 61 or 62. I think it's normally 22% that it can go above, so I think that results in 61. 61 or 62, but quite high. Hey, Braggy, what's up, bud? I should put this in the Gemling folder here. Do I have a cheeky little attempt at crafting this? Ugh, hybrid. That's T1, isn't it? Yes. I'll probably only use a couple more attempts. Probably want to save at least 5 annuls. Yeah, Flame Blast is so much fun, isn't it, Braggy? Whether to Rune Forge or not really depends on whether you're going pure armor or whether you're doing a little bit of Runic Ward as well. Pardon me. I like to kind of go with hybrid setups, or on softcore I actually went almost full Runic Ward and used Adziri's Communion to get my life as low as possible, because that further reduces the damage from Pyro Pact, and it also allows you to unlock low life, which has a lot of benefits. But for hardcore, losing that life pool is a little bit risky, and it's a lot more demanding. The full Runic Ward route is a lot more expensive, basically. But I always like to weave in at least some Runic Ward, because firstly, the Oroth Life Flask is based on how much Runic Ward you get. Namely, how much guard you get from it is based on how much Runic Ward you can get. Also, the more Runic Ward you get, you also get 50% overflow from Remnants of Kalgur. So it's a very easy way of just beefing up your life pool. You know, people talk about how red life is hard to scale. Well, runic ward's a very easy solution to it, at least in my experience. Yeah, Olroth, I would honestly be very surprised if Olroth's resolve survives a nerf in 0.55. Because, quite honestly, if you set your build up right, this all makes you almost immortal. Like I said, I had a softcore character with this build setup with min-max gear, and I'm quite literally sitting in the most juiced content in all the ground effect explosions in Expedition, in Juice Expedition, just spamming this every second or two, and you practically just can't die. Anyway, what do I want to do with this helmet? Someone had told me a good idea of how to... Actually, I'll do this. I'll try and get the chaos resistant armor roll on it. Yeah, the Infernalist is crazy. The only thing I'll say is what balances it out, that reaching those real overpowered levels of builds and crazy stuff typically requires quite a bit of investment. This modifier has been my absolute bane this league. Gone through so many omens of light, ain't like crazy amounts of bricked crafts, and here I just lazily try and get it and get into my very first desecration. What the fuck is going on? Well, damn, we've got an exceptional helmet with the modifier we want. The only challenge now is how the hell do we craft this beyond this point? I'd probably want to try and fracture it. Probably the only option is to slam it with this. One more. 3 more modifiers and just try a fracture. Anyone else got some creative ideas how to potentially craft this further? Like ideally I'd want armor applies to Ellie and high armor prefixes, which from this point I think without a fracture is going to be super difficult. Does anyone see a path to crafting this beyond just trying to fracture the modifier that we've got here? Use prefix ritual. How so? For what essence? What do any useful essences exist for this? Nothing here is of any use to us. Increased runic ward isn't the worst thing in the world, but ideally I'd want armor prefixes. Get 2 prefixes with the perfect exalt. Ultimately, if I'm fracturing it, I don't care where the perfect exalts, because most of it's going to be exalt spamming anyway. Yeah, there isn't even any alloys. Like, really, this is maybe the only thing of any value, but does this outweigh armor? Probably not. Maybe. I'd maybe only use this as a way of potentially gambling to remove a bad prefix. I think I may just spam this. Worst case scenario, I can always annul it back down and try and redesecrate this. Yeah, we'll just hit T1 flat armor, T1 percentage armor, and the T1 armor applies to Ellie. You know, it'll be just as easy as that. Daddy, because getting this modifier isn't super hard. I believe it's about a 1 in 4 chance typically. But so far this league, it is proven to be an absolute pain in the ass to get. I've probably crafted 10 or so, 10, 12 pretty solid bases. I've gone through probably more than half a dozen to about 10 Omens of Light, bricked, like, just wasted so many currency. And someone had a good idea of just getting a rare base, and what you can do with a rare base is, rather than needing to use Omens of Light, you just attempt a desecration, and if it misses, you just chaos it off or annul it off and then retry again. It's just a very cheap way to start off with this. It's obviously a lot more limiting once you do get it. I don't know. I was just basically trying something different. I'm not... Typically, you'd probably start with a base and do the desecration last and just keep Omen of Lighting until you hit it. But we just don't have access to that currency at the moment, so I just wanted to try a cheaper option of locking in this modifier first. Wow, that is beyond awful. Oh, God. Well, that's a project for another day. We'll pretend we didn't see that, ladies and gentlemen. What's the moral of this story? Don't do silly crafts trying new shit at 2 a.m. in the morning. Crit damage bonus. Interesting. Mana. Yuck. We're pretty much out of Omens of Light. These are going to have to be projects for another day. So, I had the armor applies to chaos desecration as a base. And I was like, okay, let's fill up 3 more modifiers so we can have a gamble on a fracturing orb. The only problem is the 2 modifiers that rolled were these 2, which are pretty much as bad as it can get. They're probably the 2 worst modifiers that I could have gotten. So it wasn't even worth attempting to consider using a fracturing orb. So, yeah, that'll be a project for another day, those 2, I think. One thing, we'll jump across onto the Gemling quickly and we'll set up the passive tree on the Gemling. Will the game crash or is it locked up? Whoa, major lag. Yo, Math, what's up, bud? Well, I think my game crashed. Let's see how many points we have to play with in terms of the passive tree on this Gemling for the Ice Nova idea. Nice, math. Mate, it was a long day of work for you, wasn't it?
Yes? Let's try something else.
Alright, so we're pretty much guttering this build. It's gone. It was a fun little experiment, but Ember Fuselage just didn't feel quite right. Needed too much investment from the feel of it. Flame Blast was fun though. Flame Blast, I was definitely happy I got to play around with that. May go there, so we'll keep that. We'll keep that. That's a possible. Ice Nova doesn't really benefit from any of these, does it? Cooldown recovery is kind of nice for like Frostwall and things like that, but I think we may save the points and work our way around. So we'll probably start with that. I'll remove all these jewels, just have a blank slate. How many points do we have to play around with? 64. Where's the... Let's see if we can get set up with the gear that I previously had. Oh, need more strength. All level of spells. So this is kind of function. We probably won't need... We actually won't need the snake bit. Oh no. We kind of wanted this, didn't we? Maybe. Does the 6% roll justify... having another ring to solve our resistances? Probably not. Forking and chain doesn't really, neither left nor right modifiers really affect Ice Nova, so we probably, the ring actually may open up to help solve resistances. I kind of want to try doing an Ice Nova build and really leaning into the alternate quality, which is, look if I can bring it up. So on the Gemling, the alt quality is this modifier. Chance to not consume an infusion but count as, not remove an infusion but count as consuming it. So with the amount of quality you can get, you could probably get this up to about 60% just with the increased quality on a Gemling. Then you can get 20% more through these 3 nodes, which by itself results in about 80% chance. And Ice Nova with the cold infusions actually feels super nice. It's got a massive AoE, does quite a bit of damage. So if we could get a build set up where you can basically just continually spam these massive Ice Novas, actually might feel nice. And then combine that with Frost Wall, which is very good on the Gemling, with ridiculous amounts of crystal life and then put Veriglass on the Ice Nova as well. So for the map clear, you're just doing big, massive Ice Novas. And for single target, you also throw down the Frost Wall. You probably just throw down the Frost Wall even in mapping just to get the benefit of Veriglass. So that's kind of the rough idea. And apparently, I remember someone linked it earlier, although I probably lost the history in chat. They linked the existing build. So apparently other people have actually done this as well. I think I need 157 int. I'll get a little bit more over here so I can, this will probably be enough. And in typical build creation fashion, more often than not, we're just working our way around the circle. Just want to see how many points I've got to play with here. So that's the core of it. It's a cold skill, so we definitely want to make use of that. Probably want to pick up the dual sockets, because why not? We got our primary armor. This is probably, all of this is probably optional. God, getting that would be not bad, but I can always instill that. These crit nodes are always good value. Area of effect might be nice, but it's a bit of a hike. Crit there. Crit here. Crit there. These are always nice nodes to pick up if possible. What did I come up with earlier? Am I missing anything here? Increase crystal life. Yeah, that might be nice, but that's another instillment optional coming down here. Interesting. Freeze build up. I'm obviously still quite low level. I'll get another 10, 12 points easily. Coming down here may be an idea. How big is the Ice Nova as a baseline? $84. Okay, whoops. Where is it? Ice Nova. Flame Blast is gonna go. Ember Fuselage is gonna go. We'll definitely be running Veronas in there. Do we have Frostbomb? Yep. Just try to jump into a random map so we can... Actually, I could have done it in my hideout. What am I doing? We have reached 50% delirious levels late night build experimentation. Alright, cold infuse, so it's... Be nice if it was a full screen, so still kind of feels like it needs a little bit more area of effect. Yeah, agree, Braggy. Literally exactly what I was just saying is like, not quite. No, I'm not gonna go for Astral. If you can get the AoE kind of almost full screen size, you don't need to really project it. You're like hitting absolutely everything. Does this have a increased area of effect tag? Yes, it does. So I'm guessing I can't use magnified area in there along with it. Yeah, no. Okay. First of all, definitely gonna... Oh. God, what am I doing? So we've already got this at 62, plus the 20 from the tree. So just very quickly, how does that feel? I need to put on like the short fuse on this, but for now, so if I got 2 infuse, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that'll feel fine. I don't think I need any more of that stat. Because if I put short fuse on Frostbomb, I think that'll be fine. I don't even have overabundance at the moment. Hold on. Need more dex. Let's actually set this up properly. Harmonic, overabundance, echo. Probably the cooldown will have to go, and we'll put on short fuse. I think that is the one, isn't it? 80% less detonation. Yeah, so it's like... As long as I can spam it long enough for Frostbomb to come back up, then we can maintain it very easily. Yeah, that'll be fine. Definitely don't need more. Yeah, so area of effect, I think. Yeah, 1 in terms of 6. Typical math, isn't it? Yeah, need more area of effect. Is there any supports that do area of effect without having influencing that tag? Cooldown of 8 seconds, no. We can't do anything with increased area of effect. Spell Cascade? Spell Cascade work? There's an idea. Cascade goes hard, or Gold Hands has given it the big thumbs up. Yeah, I'd imagine it will feel good. Obviously, the Cascade has a slightly smaller area of effect. What is it? 20% less for the Cascades, but still. It does reduce the main area of effect as well, although I'd imagine you could possibly get it to levels where they overlap. Oh my god, that would actually be massive single target damage as well. Yeah, they kind of overlap. That would be... Yeah, I think Cascade would probably be hard to pass up. What else do we have? Echo is another idea. 40% increased. Echo was worth a test. What do they actually suggest? Ground effects? No thanks. Standard kind of stuff. Did I have an echo? Unleash potentially, yeah. I'll use this for now. I'll save the perfect for a moment. The echo's kind of meh, isn't it? Why is the echo, when it says 40% increase, smaller than the primary one? Am I tripping, or is that... That echo looks smaller. Is it... Am I imagining things? Like, can anyone... Thank you, Razan. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, the echo just can't get infused from the look of it. So it's not even about consuming, it's just doesn't get infused from the look of it. Yeah, Echo isn't worth it. Seems very underwhelming. Echo plus K needs 4 infuse. Oh, so I think I see what you mean. Yeah. Makes sense. Correct me if I'm wrong, there is no sources of area of effect really on gear, is there? You can get it on jewels, relatively low rolls. I think you can get up to about 6% off memory on sapphires. presence, area of effect. Curses. Curses. Yeah. 6%. Rings. Rings and belt. Yeah, so that I'd imagine would be through the breach crafting though, which we don't really have access to. It's on the focus as well. Serious? I'm guessing that's through like a desecration or something. It's not a base stat. I don't think I've ever seen it. No shit. Wow, okay. 16%, that... there's never a world where you choose this over a crit modifier though, is there? Let's be real. You're not choosing this over 50, 60% crit hit chance. I'm assuming it's similar on the focus, probably for a desecration, whereas at foci. %20 on a prefix. That makes more sense. Like, especially if I'm going Runic Ward and don't care about the prefix, that would be an idea. Yo, Peroni! Thank you for the raid, buddy. How'd your day go, Peroni? I think Jules will be the best way, probably, to get it. Let's see if there's any that I can kind of potentially craft up here. Holy shit, you're flying, man. That's good progress. Good shit, man. Is it a relatively relaxing grind, or are you always on edge? Shit, man, I'd be sweating balls if I was doing that 100 grind. Sounds like you had some close calls. Yeah, I'm not sacrificing a helmet suffix for it. That's for sure. Got the rune of following. Do I make my way over to this? This seems like the highest value. What we're getting, 12, 18, 43%. That's pretty chunky. 1, 2, 3, 4 points taken out somewhere else. do I give up this armor cluster? That would hard to justify that. So much value early until I get better gear. I do not do dig site one way or another. What's his name? Benedictus? There is no point in doing him, in my opinion. Just absolutely no point. You know, he's practically got those one-shot mazes and pillars and shit. He's got that massive lightning attack as well. Yeah, no point. Just skip that shit. Same with Yama. No point doing Yama. I can't remember which map Yama is, but I always avoid that fight as well. Anything with one-shot mechanics is just not... No reason for it. I think what we do is we sacrifice the skill speed here for now. And we grab this. Oh, 1 point. I'm going to get that level up very quickly. How does that feel? Yeah, that definitely feels better, yeah. That's much chunkier. Still be nice. I'd really love to get it to a point where it's the full screen, but at least as a starting point, that feels good. Do I full send this and just pull the gear across from the Infernalist? Because that is all cold gear on the on the Infernalist, and it's all basically balanced out. Yeah, look, there's plenty of options, Braggy. To be honest, at this stage, I think it's prudent just to honestly test it and see if it feels good as a kind of get a baseline, and then we can start min-maxing it. Did I have Frostwall here? No, I didn't. What was it, 18 that I could use? One thing while I remember, because this is important. We definitely need this support in here, Verglass. Man, that is a ridiculous amount of increased crystal life. Holy shit. What is it, Glacier that has the... Blizz, the contingency plan is there is no contingency plan. Look, jokes aside, I am super hopeful with the news that just dropped. That honestly, I'm hoping 0.55 is like 2-3 weeks away. So realistically, there's probably only a week or two left of this league. Potentially even less, because I'd probably want to start preparing for 0.55, and I'll change the streaming content to probably stuff that I'd imagine a lot of you guys would actually be interested in potentially seeing, especially the lesser experienced players of how I actually level up at Infernalist properly from an SSF's, like a fresh start point of view. So there'll probably be at least a week's worth of game time before 0.55, preparing for 0.55. So, and then I'll probably want at least 3 or 4 days break before I do that. So there's probably only about a week or two, maybe. Well, obviously, this is assuming 0.55 is just around the corner. So look, ultimately, if I rip and lose all the good gear from the Infernalist, it's not the end of the day. Like, you know, we're here to have fun. But anyway, let's get the rest of these supports set up. What else would we put on the Frost Wall? Spell Cascade. Potentially cooldown. Yeah, those two for a start. So it'd kind of be like get infusions. Oops. There we go. Oh shit, I'm not actually doing enough damage for it to break them. Do I need Biting Frost in here as well? Or do I need to put more damage supports to actually make sure I can destroy this shit? No, I think I need Biting Frost. Cannot cause freeze build up. That's going to be a little bit unfortunate because I was hoping... Wasn't there an item that gives you the shatter effect? Enemies chilled. That doesn't work, does it? What's the name of the ring? I'm not sure that works though, does it? Because that will be that, won't it? Enemies chilled by your hits can be shattered as though frozen. I don't believe that. Oh, we could actually test it out. We don't need the ring. We can just use it there. Yeah, that doesn't work. Need Biting Frost from the look of it. Not having the freeze on the Ice Nova is going to be a bit yuck. Hoping that... Yeah, that obviously works. Does that Veriglass work with Biting Frost? It doesn't seem to. Hold on, let me take Glacier off. I don't think Biting Frost works with Verglass. Yeah, so you can see here when Verglass clicks in. However, if I use Biting Frost, we don't get it. So that's not an option. Just need to be doing more damage, and maybe I have to actually scale back on the Frost Wall life to start out with. And yeah, Morrigan's would be nice, although Morrigan's will probably go on the Frost Wall and I'll be freezing with Ice Nova because this has a shitload of freeze build-up. I might actually have to reduce the life of the walls to start off with. I still need to put some more, like some damage supports here, which would help. What's like the main one? Rackyard's Flow will go onto it, which only leaves what probably considered castings, probably the highest value beyond that. It's worth if I can get it online. Keep in mind, if I put on the better wand, get a couple more levels, you know, the Ice Nova damage will be scaling up. Like, this seems actually super low at the moment, which is worrying me. Cold Infuse is what? That's very low. What's going on here? What am I missing? The crit's quite low. Definitely need more crit, yeah. But even so, it seems very lackluster. Considering this is level 30, you know, that's nothing to sneeze at. That seems like a... Not sure Spell Cascade early on is gonna be the play. Man, that's so many hits. Shoot, Goldan. The thing is, the Nova needs to be the one to break the crystals in order to get the Verglass. It needs to be the Ice Nova breaking it. Are you sure? So if I put it on Frost Wall, does it work? I don't know. What else could... Yeah, but we tried that with Ice Nova with the Biting Frost, and it seems Biting Frost doesn't count as destroying them. Like, I can test it out, but... I'm pretty sure Biting Frost counts as not destroying them. See, nothing happens. What's more damage that we can put onto here? Zenith. I'm pretty sure Binding Frost just doesn't count as destroying it with respect to Verglass. Doesn't feel too great. Kind of like 4 hits to pop it. Ah, hold on a second. I haven't even equipped it any jewels yet. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Yeah, there's probably got to be about 50 to 100% increased damage just from jewels alone. So we're missing a whole massive chunk of damage. And let's just do this for a sec. Where's our dumping ground? Fuck, why not? Let's just full send this shit. Oroffs. Yeah, why not? Maybe that as well. Actually, we will need that for the Donyas. Okay, and I think we need the fire resistance jewels. There. Look at some of these jewels. They'll give us a lot of value. Triggered spells. No. Armor fire, we'll need that. Oh god, this Heart of the Well's pretty chunky as well. Ignite magnitude, not really. Okay, so that's a starting point. Alright, very quick toilet break and then we'll put all this on and we'll see what difference it makes. The other thing I forgot is we'll grab this. May be able to use this somewhere. Propulsion, no. Tricksters. Does Trickster's Shard work with it? Might be interesting. Morrigan's. That'll do. Really cannibalizing the character here. So we'll put this set up here. I think we're going to use... Okay. Where'd the amulet go? Am I tripping? Oh, here we go. Clarity. Just because we have the ring slot free for now, what I'll do is I will throw on... Where is it? Because why not? Just for now. A fire resistance will get through the jewels. These jewels are pretty shit. It's literally just fire resistance. Is there anything else that I can potentially put in? Lightning. Yeah, we can replace that. This has at least got armor. This has got nothing for us, really. Get in there. God, this can be so picky. Okay, that's already looking healthier. It's about a bit over twice as much as we had before. I really wanted to quickly just test this out. Does this actually work? Twice Nova? Pretty funny if it did. Yeah, no. Kind of does, but not great. Do I use the perfect jewelers now? Because the backup option is to potentially play around with frost darts. I'll put that away for now. Put that away for now. How many more jewel sockets do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. That's not really applicable. That's okay. Cool-headed, no. That's respectable. It's okay-ish. They're all totem ones. Ah, awesome. Good to know. Thank you for testing that. Thanks for that info, Raisin. That's potential. Area of effect, cast speed, elemental damage. Why not? We can slap that in. Alright, so we got a few to potentially craft up a little bit more. YOLO. Hey, cold damage, crit, that's not bad. It's kind of meh. Minions. Shapeshift. Yuck. Okay. That's the win. Probably use that. I'll put these away. Not really. Maybe just throw in an armor roll. 1. We got one more jewel. Come on, there's got to be something in here somewhere. Spell damage. Oh, look, good enough for now. Just want to get something that we can at least test. We can tweak things later. Need one more level up to get that point as well, which will be a bit of a boost. How's that looking? 50k, a little bit better. A little bit better. Still doesn't feel high enough, does it? That's all balanced out at least. Look, let's just give that a test run. Still got the spell slinger free as well. What were we doing? We'll jump into a T10. That will do. Why am I going into this map? Oh, look, we'll jump into this. Still got one support 3 here, potentially. I really need to balance this shit out as well. Hold on. 3, 4. 4 strength. So that'd be 11 and 16. So I need 5 more strength supports to balance out the Gemling ascendancy. It's a bit annoying how you need to do that stuff. Because these don't count because they're disabled. So there's 4, 12, 16. So I need 4 more. Shit. Am I going to use that? Probably not. Does that simplify things? 14, 13, 1, 2, 2, 8. So if I take one of these off, 160. Okay, that works. If anyone's curious, I'm trying to balance this. Have both the red and the blue enabled. The awkward thing is if you use that weapon set bug thing, these don't actually technically count So you have to subtract that. So we've technically got 13 strength ones and 13 int ones, and hence we got 2 of those enabled. Alright, let's see how this feels. Kind of, this damage is looking very low. I'm not too excited about this, to be honest. I suspect the damage is going to be too low. We'll see how we go, though.
Need more time. Bag of bones.
I'm glad at least someone's Blizz.
Need a sec.
Well, yeah, exactly. I think ultimately it will need the cast on elemental ailment or something like that. Actually, is it cast on crit or ailment that you use? Probably crit, I'd imagine, would be probably more consistent. I use both, yeah. Makes sense. Oh god, I need to get used to all these new button rotations. Yeah. This is exactly what I was thinking, Resin. Because custom elements, you're pretty much just relying on the freeze on the Gemling. You don't have ignite. So the crit would be much better for bossing.
Let us deal with this worm.
Not yet.
I will melt your flesh.
I don't even know how to... What's this 6-7 thing? I never know how to use it properly and whether it's applicable. Didn't feel awful. Didn't feel fantastic. It's obviously just a T11 as well. I want that extra point for this node as well. Yeah, the Frost Wall is alright for bossing. Let's try... Do we push our luck and try a T11? God, why haven't I qualityed some of these things up? What the hell? What the hell? I don't need overabundance in this, do I? Okay. Clearly, I'm not very experienced on the Gemling. Why not? Yeah, it wasn't complete, dog. That's a good way of putting it. It has potential. I wanted to try... Well, take baby steps. We'll go 12, and then we'll try 13. I don't want to do these ocean maps. I don't want to deal with river hags. I almost want relaxed... anything maps. Creek. That'll do. Oh, God. Alright, hold on. Did that make a difference? A little bit. Oh, good idea of the cascade, yeah. Actually, am I still carrying around the cascade with me? Damn, no. Yeah, that's a good idea for the cascade. I like that. Hold on, I'm grabbing that. I don't need the echo then, do I? I can just put in the... Like, that should work, shouldn't it? Does it? 1, 2, 3, yeah. And then I can also use the increased exposure support. Isn't there one? Okay, now for 13, 14, so I need one more red support. God, balancing these Gemling supports is, not gonna lie, a little bit yuck. Surely one of those will be useful. Take away 4, 14, take away 1, 14. Yeah, it should be fine. Oh god, of course I went the wrong way. Yeah, I've done that. Build up all of this. Oh god, I've actually got... Oh shit, I should pay attention to what's going on the map. Just running around blindly looking. Need to fill this one up.
Who's next? Need a sec. Not yet.
Yeah.
No mana.
To quote a famous chatter, it's not a dog, it has potential, but not feeling it really, eh? Gee, what's the thing that I can suck it in here? Thunderstorm, Volcano will do. Oh, didn't I have Vol? Or did I have it already? No, I've got Volcano, Thunderstorm. Need something to throw into there. Yeah, you will do. Let's try another one. Go up again, eh? Let's live on the edge. God, ripping would be pretty brutal right now, but hey, screw it. Yeah, quite literally 3 a.m. Yeah, it definitely feels like it really probably needs a cast on, but then I have to deal with mana. Ugh. This is one of the reasons I really love the Infernalist. Don't have to deal with mana issues. Like, got a mana problem? Ah, just slap on. Slap on Pyro Pact. Off you go. To really take the build to the next level, in terms of damage scaling, it probably needs a cast on effect, like a cast on crit, comet, or something like that. Is what we're saying. Maybe will. To be honest, I probably don't have the currency to really craft up an amulet. Those amulets need a lot of chaos spamming. I appreciate the offer, mate, but hold on to it. I kind of want to just experiment with seeing whether just basic setups work. Yeah, they take a ridiculous amount of chaos spam, because first you need a chaos spam on one of the plus levels. Then you want to get lucky with a fracture, and then you need a chaos spam to get the spirit. So that's typically what you want to do anyway. G'day, Lightweight. Welcome into the stream, mate. Yeah, Manu stacking on the Infernalist is an interesting route as well. I have played around with it, but yeah, I don't know. I've just fallen in love with Pyro Pact and armor stacking so much. It's such a amazing quality of life build feature, just being able to stack armor, slap on Pyro Pact, and you've got all your resourcing sustain sorted. Not gonna lie, it's just, it feels like a cheat code. But the only problem is it's kind of made me a little bit sloppy from a build creation point of view, because then I come onto like the Gemling here and all of a sudden I'm like, how do I solve mana again? I have to say the general mapping feels okay on this. You know, like Ice Nova's super satisfying. Like just running around and just going bop, 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 and everything dies. The clear is really nice. I can imagine with a little bit more, you know, fiddling around with area of effect, it'll feel even better. The only thing is, I'd imagine from a juice content point of view, this isn't enough. It's gonna fall off. The one thing is, it's already performing better than the Ember Fuselage did, that's for sure. But then again, I've got much more specialized hold gear, so that's maybe not surprising from that point of view. Yeah, I love Ice Nova. I love the feeling of Ice Nova. It's just, is this going to scale well enough into the end game? You know, I've got pretty damn good gear as well. I've pretty much cannibalized the gear from my Infernalist. So there's nothing to sneeze at. We've got some pretty chunky gear. You know. Yeah, I've got my reservations, but again, to quote a famous man, it's not a dog. It has potential, but is that going to be enough? I'm not going to bother with this expedition. What is the quality on cast on crit? Does it? Chew, that's not bad. That'll end up being about 32. Increase though. It's not a lot. If it was more, that would be something, but definitely, obviously, not going to complain. It's free. The only challenge is I'd probably need to go a Scepter to run cast on. You know, or am I brave enough to drop the Blasphemy? Blasphemy gives so much. I don't know. I'll have to fear it. I definitely don't have the brain capacity at 3 in the morning to think about that right now.
By the spirit's will, you'll die by mine. Submit to the stone. Spirit guide me.
Not too bad. Look. Go dream on it. That's what Brody does. Dreamed up a headhunter. Look, I'm just going to send it on a T15 and see how this feels. Fuck it. I'm in a fuck it frame of mind. I may regret this in the morning. T16? No. I will do a white one. Will it be at least sensible in that respect? Epitaph, I think that's a decent map off memory. Right, I think the 20% just YOLO! The only problem with Echo that I don't like is it spreads out those infusions. I think I may go back to the Echo instead of the Cascade, just from a quality of life perspective. I have to say, the feel, I don't know how to articulate it, but I hope you guys know what I mean when I say that the feel of Ice Nova is super nice. Definitely a very satisfying ability to use. Oh shit, big monkey! The big monkey! Hunted by a spirit, oh no. Single target's actually not awful, I'm not gonna lie. Ice Nova Stormweaver, yeah. Stormweavers actually do the campaign with Ice Nova, don't they? Cold Infused, it's so nice, Cold Infused. Have I got bleed or something? Like, am I tripping or did that just apply a massive dot? God, man. Build creation at 3 AM. I do not advise, ladies and gentlemen. I'm starting to see things. I'm experiencing delirium and it's not in-game. The build's growing on me a little bit. Not gonna lie, it's growing on me a little bit. I could potentially warm to this. But it definitely, I think, needs a little bit more, because I don't think it's gonna handle juice content in the state it's in right now. Yeah, I think I like Echo better. What was that about? A bit under 2 million HP. Single target. Frostwall does a lot of single target damage. It's kind of crazy. Kind of feel like I need more crit. Make our way into this node. Yeah, using Cascade. Oh, wait, Frostwall. Icicle, because we actually may be able to remove this now. I will actually test that out, removing that. Although that's going to throw my shit out of whack again. God. Move that, remove one of these. Okay. Still got the open support here on the Ice Nova as well. What are some damage related supports left? Yeah, let's try that. Swap the icicle back in if it's not popping it. Any ideas for a 5th support for Ice Nova? Something with damage, ideally. Look, why am I oohing and ahhing and trying to use my brain at 3 AM when I can just use this? That's still got the old setup. Am I logged back in? Yep. Ice Nova. What's this telling me? Yeah, Rakiata's obviously 118%. We do have that. Although the Frost Bomb exposure is going to interact with that a little bit negatively. Concentrated area, we definitely don't want that. Inexorbitant. Yeah, boost our crit hit chance. Deliberation, I hate the movement speed penalty on that. We kind of do like the free. We do need to freeze. Cold attunement, yeah. Expand, yeah. Expand adds a cooldown. Are we using any gain as? Fire and chaos, although super minimal. Thinking cold attunement may be the play. Unleash has a massive cost multiplier, which is going to feel awful. Otherwise, inexorable critical. The Arlas would be awesome, but don't have that. Pinpoint 7, yeah. What's ambush again? Do vaguely recall. That's first hit, isn't it? Yeah, went on full life. That's nice for map clear. Not the worst idea, to be honest, just for map clear, but it's not going to help at all for bosses. And map clear is actually feeling okay-ish. Look, we're just going to full send this. I need another red support. Four, 1, 5, yep, okay. Let's try another T15 with a couple of modifiers on it. Try that. Close combat only applies to attacks, from what I remember. I'm pretty sure close combat is attack only. And look, we don't really need to theorize it. This will, from a pure damage perspective, this will be pretty accurate in what it's suggesting in order. Look, Rakiata's Flow is hands down the best option, but I don't want to quite risk using that right now. Or do we just full send it, use the Rakiatas? The only issue is the exposure from the Frost Bomb is going to interact negatively with... Just go get another one. Yeah, it's easy, isn't it? Oh, hold on. I want to change... I want to change this echo out. Not quite liking it. Not quite liking the fact that it spreads the... It was a good idea, but I think I like the echo better. Just in terms of plonking the infusions right on my feet. Well, we're killing the frost walls without the reduced life, so we're getting more Veriglass buff as well now. Getting up to 100 odd K-ish, and that's tripled with the... So about 300k, not bad. Still not utilizing the Spell Slinger either. Could throw in some cheeky comets in there. Just with a single target. Frost swords do sometimes take 1 or 2 more hits, but still worth it probably for the extra Veriglass buffs. Whoop. Yeah, could potentially use a Spell Slinger just for quality of life. Put the Frost Wall maybe into it. Or the Frost Bomb, yeah. Either. Yeah. Could put both in there, to be honest. Are you talking dirty to me, Blizz? Are you teasing me? Are you trying to butter me up here? Is that true? You see this face? How many stages is there? It's per level, isn't it? So we're probably going to be able to get it to about 6 or 7 at a stretch. 7, and that quality's got to go. Holy shit! Oh my god, and I've got the spirit for it. Blizz, that is a fucking huge recommendation. Holy shit. I just busted a nut. Seriously. Holy. Oh. Guffel, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. God, I think the Raiders just walked straight into our ad. I promise you I did not do that on purpose. Yo, welcome Raiders. Hopefully you didn't walk into that ad. I feel so bad about that. Okay, so hold on. I need another red support somewhere potentially. I can't believe I actually have the spirit for this as well. Oh, that is so good. That is so good. Hold on, I need to try and corrupt this up as well. I think I've got... Probably got it enough to justify a few attempts at this. Blizz, this is seriously next level, this recommendation. Holy moly. $20, $20, $20, $20. Hopefully one of these hits. Oh, bang. Actually, no, we wanted the quality, didn't we? Oh, geez, +1, +1. Oh, don't have the orbs. Damn. Well, still. +1 will actually +1 helps us to get to an extra stage. No, that's fine. The +1 is actually more value. It helps us get an extra stage. Although we can try and use one on this to get the extra quality as well. Actually, I will grab it off you, Braggy, and I'll use it on this spare one because I could. It's a 50-50 chance to get the quality. Oh, we'll continue on. Is there any good supports they can put into this? I have to admit, I haven't used this in God knows how long. Mastery, I'm assuming. Knockback, maybe. Freeze build up. Alright. Actually, because it just does a shitload of damage as well. Hey, Blizz. Will. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I always feel super weird when people sub. I literally just started streaming and I still feel like I've got imposter syndrome sometimes. Thank you. Thank you, Will. Oh, did Blizz get the gifted? There's a little bit of karma. For the awesome suggestion. Okay, so what are you saying? Frost. Nexus. Yeah, why not? Okay. Cold Mastery's probably good, eh? Yeah, one of Blizz in chat just recommended it and it was like just blew my mind how much you actually get from it. Hey, good evening, good evening. Welcome, everyone. Okay, look, I'm just going to start. I can sort out the supports later. I'm just excited to test this out first. I need to balance. So 4, 14, 17. I need 3 more strength supports somewhere. Oh, God. Is there any strength supports that I can just throw in here for now? Oh, there we go. There's one. So one more. There you go, Braggy. Blizz is onto it. Thank you. There we go. That balances out the supports. Alright, just double checking these disabled ones don't count. So 4, 17, 17, that should be fine. 160. Braggy coming in hot. We'll throw some love his way. We'll give him I'm feeling in a good mood. We'll give him 2 divines for it. Why not? That seems fair. No, it's not cultivation orb, mate. It's one for corrupting specifically gems. It's I'll show you. It's this one, crystallized corruption. No drama. You've got one, Rosen? Anything you need or want that we can exchange? Hey, you always can, Strange. I can't promise I'll be able to help, but throw it my way. We'll see what we can do. Just a div? Cool. I actually should check the market because they always come in handy. Yeah, 6 divs. No, I'll give it 2 divs, mate. They're listed for 6. I don't want to scam ass people. Oh, look, I accidentally pulled out 2 to make it 3. You're going to have to just accept 3. There you go. Legend, thank you. Hopefully this is the lucky one. But so everyone gets a laugh, I assume it will just go poof. What do people think? Poof or win? To 50-50. And I'm pretty sure the only outcome is a... Actually, it can... No, I believe it's a... It can only go positive, can it? It's either a win or it's a complete poof. I knew it. We'll make this go poof as well, just so it has company. Yep, there we go. I'm curious to see the effect of this armor. Wait, is it not enabled? Okay, so we're starting with a base of 8 points. Okay, we're getting a little bit from the dexterity mode, so let's let that build up. This is getting doubled by our gore girdle as well. Which doesn't show up here, but just so we're aware, because this is quite low. Okay, so 9.1. Holy! That's a spicy meatball. Holy shit. Once again, Blizz. Awesome recommendation, man. Holy shit, that's a massive buff. That is quite frankly huge. Why am I running around like a headless chook? Because I am one. What's with this map? Hold on, I'm gonna build up my... Make sure I have in Donya's. But you can definitely notice when it crits. Alright, the Gemling's growing on me, and this build is growing on me. Yeah, got the Fox Idol sorted. Hold on, I just need to put this heater up a little bit more as well. Oh. God damn it, I'm an old man. Everything's creaking. Hold on, can we upgrade these? Yeah, no, one more level and we get another up level on all our skills as well. What was I? Oh yeah, Fox Idol. Yeah, so I've got the Fox Idol, I've got a Panther Idol, so I'm also getting the Chaos Resistance from that. And finally, I've just got the Rune of Hearts. It's good runic ward value. That gives you about 100 odd runic ward, which then gets 50% more from the Remnants. That's the combo I tend to like to run. God, we got so many defensive layers at the moment. We got the Intimidate from this as well. Got the Oroffs. Okay, let's... Not sure doing this at 3:30 a.m. is a good idea, but let's crank it up a little bit and see how this feels. That's some Abyss. Try 2 tablets. Bit of effectiveness. 2 extra rare, and I'll save that because that's a decent effectiveness. Try these 2. I'm not going to do max player res. Monster Life, Ailment Threshold, that's fine. Look, we'll run that, see how it feels. Not sure what this map's like, but we'll give it a go. Keep in mind, we've still got Rakiatas in the back pocket. Although, is there any way to reduce the exposure on Frostbomb? So if I run Rakiatas on Ice Nova, I definitely don't want Ice Bomb doing exposure. Why is this pit not popping? What's going on here? Why are these 2 pits stubbornly staying closed? Okay. One thing which I'm really bad at, and such a noob streamer, where is it? What are these commands? Is it shout out? And we'll give a follow as well.
Panadol Rapid is absorbed 2 times.
Whoop, sorry, bit of ad. Give a follow to Goth Elf. Thank you for the raid again, if you're still around. Apologies, amateur streamer. Keep forgetting to do that stuff. Sharing the love. Still not sure what the hell's going on there. Actually, it's probably a mob right here, isn't there? No? Oh, God, okay. Yeah, I have no clue. Was this dude? I'm confused. Oh well.
Soon you will serve our master. I shall watch. Darkness style.
It's okay. We can level everything up now. The 19 uncuts. Actually, one thing I should do as well. Let's level that up. Alright, let's try another map. Ooh. Messed that up. Flame Blast. I think if you're going to go Flame Blast, so the Gemling is a little bit hard to pass on, to be honest. It really is the ult quality on the Gemling which makes Flame Blasts very satisfying. Like, the amount of magnitude, ignite magnitude you get is just unparalleled. I'm not sure how it would feel on the Infernalist in comparison. So I guess the short answer is I don't know. I've never tried it on the Infernalist personally. I've played around with it a little bit on this Gemling earlier, and it definitely feels nice. I don't think it could ever be used purely as a map clear ability, simply because the cooldown, I don't think you can really realistically get the cooldown low enough for it to feel good. Maybe with a super amount of investment, but it would be tricky. So you need something supporting it. The common way to do that is with Essence Drain Contagion, and going Black Flame Covenant. Yeah, I guess Temporalis, but yeah, that's again super high investment option. Yeah, it's hard to go past the Gemling. It's just super broken on the Gemling. Look, it is a joke, but you know that is an option. If someone's got the spend for it, it'll definitely go a long way. This build's growing on me a little bit. Definitely growing on me a little bit. Non-game related, back to stream related topics that I was talking about earlier. I feel a little bit bad. I've gotten so much love today from raids, and I keep forgetting that the general etiquette is to do the shout out and tell people to go give a follow and shit. I need to get better at that stuff. I think that's like the third or fourth raid I've gotten today. What's going on? Yeah, good call out. I have noticed that in other people's streams that the bot just does it automatically. In general, I need to set up the whole chat commands and bot kind of stuff. Blaze has been offering to help me set up some background music as well. Kind of getting to that point. Like, I never expected the stream to get as popular as it did. Like, the support has been just blowing my mind. I honestly thought I'd be getting like half a dozen people, maybe through, you know, the YouTube stuff, coming in, seeing how the Infernalist stuff works, asking some build questions, and shit, man, the support, the THC community. I obviously kind of knew Kaltorak, Dead Rabbit, and Miso a little bit and had interacted with them a lot. They've shown a lot of support. Blaze, obviously. It's just been crazy. It's honestly just been crazy. Can't stress enough my appreciation to you all.
What do you think? Bring any tones you find.
Do we try a little bit of delirium? Yes. The answer is always yes. We just hate watching. Hey. Yeah, Blaze is an absolute legend. Oh, geez, I'm jumping straight into 134% delirium. Didn't realize it was that much. I thought this was just... Alright, well, this is going to stress test the build a little bit. Abyss, 130% delirium. Okay, you can see my health moving a little bit now. Oh shit, and we got the river hags. That ball effect's hard to see with the delirium fog as well. I need to be careful of that. God, I swear, I've got PTSD from those river hags and that ball. The fog fogs up a little bit and I'm freaking out thinking that it's one of those balls. Why is this not... These abysses being... not popping. It's a bit annoying. Well, it's not extraordinary, but I have to say it's performing a little bit better than I expected it would. hell is all this stuff? Oh, the wine.
Soon you will serve our master. I shall watch.
Not bad at all, really. Got up to 170% delirium. God, that Arctic armor. It's massive. Holy.
Go on.
Welcome. What do you think?
Alrighty.
Bring any tomes you find.
9 hours and all I've had is that little yogurt snack. So, needless to say, I am pretty damn hungry. It's 4 a.m. I cannot stress enough how much I appreciate the support though. Today has been crazy, been a lot of fun. That little build session on the Gemling near the end there is what probably dragged me on for another extra 3 hours. And that's a lot to do with the interaction with you guys, to be honest. So, awesome fun. Some awesome suggestions from you all. So, thank you. And yeah, like honestly, just can't stress enough. Thank you. Been crazy day. Let's have a quick look who else is online. I'm sure there's someone on at this time, yeah? It'd be nice to throw it over to someone with some lower numbers. Any suggestions? We've shown Major Aimless some love before. Darth's got enough enough people watching him. He doesn't need us. Farham's pretty cool, I know. I'm Anthony's cool. I don't think I've rated Anthony before, so he's an option. Any other suggestions? Anthony? Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards Anthony. If anyone has any objections or any other suggestions, I think I'll go that way. See, he's playing in THC as well, which is big. Yeah, look, I'll drop him a follow so I can find him easier in the list. Will that work? There we go. Cool. And now I'll find him in the raid channel. All right, guys, we'll jump on over in a couple of seconds. Once again, honestly, thank you so much, legends, and we'll see you tomorrow.